I would like to remind all members to please check in with the attendance. Only authorized persons may sit within the roped-off area, and members should have name tags. I would also remind everyone to please shut off their cell phones. I would ask for a report from Jane, our checkout attendant, as to whether we have a quorum. Quite certain in looking at the group that we do. Ms. Fletcher, do we have a quorum? Very good. So we may proceed. A quorum is 78. At this point, I would like to call on one of our own for the purpose of making the convocation this morning. I'd like to call on a member who has served this body for 37 years, Mr. Orion Barber. Thank you, Orion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, colleagues. I am honored to welcome you to Town Meeting 2014, the annual gathering of the entire government of Brattleboro. Although we are sent here from different districts, we know that districts are not factions, because the matters we decide at town meeting affect all our citizens. We look for the well-being of one town. Our past experience working through the issues together has shown us that, despite our disagreements, each member comes to this meeting with the best interests of our citizens at heart. We recognize that each has inherent worth and dignity. We're here to work today. We are here to listen to each other, to deliberate, to discover after listening what we really think, and to vote and hope that good will come of it. This is hard work. It's tiring work, and it can be frustrating. We will need our coffee and our cushions, and we will work our knees. But we have committed to pay attention through the year, to follow committee meetings, and to attend information meetings and whatever town meetings are warned during the year. This meeting, all Brattleboro's legal members in the same boat at the same time, is Brattleboro government deciding. This is honorable work. It's serious work, but we'll find our little laughs. Mr. Moderator, here are our bodies. We know that you will keep our minds to the work. Colleagues, I wish you all joy of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And now I would call on the Boy Scout Troop 405 to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. It's my understanding that we have with us this morning Stephen Borst, Jared Price, and Michael Olson. Please come up, gentlemen. Someone else there, right? And Tony Williams. Please come up. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Troop 405. And now we'll call upon the town clerk to read the opening and closing paragraphs of the warning.
Good morning. Good morning. The legal voters qualified to vote in representative town meeting are hereby notified and warned to meet in the gymnasium of the Brattleboro Union High School on Saturday, the 22nd day of March, 2014, at 8:30 a.m. to act on 31 articles. And it was signed on the 29th of January, 2014, by the Brattleboro Select Board: David Gartenstein, Kay O'Connor, David Scholes, John Allen, and Donna McAmore. Also by the Brattleboro Town School Directors, Margaret Atkinson, Mark Truhan, Jill Stahl-Tyler, David Scholes, and Peter Yost.
Thank you, Mrs. Cappy. Now I'd like to go over the rules of the meeting, which are determined by Vermont state law, the Brattleboro Town Charter, and Robert's Rules of Order. The Town Charter provides that voting on all matters shall be by standing, or if you're unable to stand, by raising your hand, or by division of the town meeting members, or by roll call of the town meeting members. A division of the town meeting members shall be held in the discretion of the moderator or upon demand of 3 or more of the members. When a division is called, the members are to be counted. Members must be to the left or the right of the center aisle to be sure that the counters can see you. A roll call vote shall be had upon demand of 6 or more town meeting members. Debate. No town meeting member or voter of the town shall speak more than twice on the same question without leave of the town meeting members. Town meeting members or voters of the town who have spoken shall not again be entitled to the floor to the exclusion of another who has not yet spoken. A town meeting member shall not call the question immediately after speaking on the issue. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. Finally, in keeping with tradition, I would ask you to do your best to keep your remarks to 2 minutes or so. Vermont state law prohibits consideration of articles that have not been warned. This means you cannot take binding action under the article Other Business, and you can't amend a warned article such that it would bring up business that has not been warned. Likewise, debate shall be confined just to the merits of the question. Please raise your hand to be recognized, and when recognized, you should give your name and speak it directly into the microphone so that viewers at home can hear your questions and your comments. Finally, motions should be in writing and given to the moderator. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community TV. It will be broadcast live today on cable channel 10 and will be rebroadcast several times over the next 2 weeks. The meeting can also be watched live on your computer by going to BrattleboroTV.org and clicking on Channel 10, or you can watch the meeting on demand at the same website starting next week. The meeting is being interpreted for the deaf and hard of hearing by Elizabeth Burke and Corey Bruner. For 36 years, the BUHS language students have traveled to homestays in Switzerland, Germany, and Costa Rica. Please consider getting your coffee, tea, or hot chocolate, and any treats, and donate generously. They will be here until at least midday. At this time, I would call on Ms. McComber for a preliminary motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the following persons be authorized to sit in the reserved section with the Select Board and school directors: Interim Town Manager Patrick Moreland, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, School Superintendent Ron Staley, and Business Administrator James Kane.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following persons are authorized to sit in the reserved section with the Select Board and the school directors: Interim Town Manager Patrick Moreland, Town Attorney Robert Fisher, School Superintendent Ron Staley, and Business Administrator James Kane. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor signify by rising. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you gentlemen are welcome to now join the group. We now recognize Mr. Scholes for a preliminary motion.
I move the electronic media be permitted to remain in the reserved section.
Is there a section? Is there a second? All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Any opposed? Hearing none, the electronic media is permitted to remain in the reserved section. We now turn to Article 1, to act on the auditor's reports, town and town school district. The moderator recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the auditor's reports be accepted as printed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the auditor's report be accepted as printed. Are you ready for that question? All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. Any opposed, please rise. And you have approved the auditor's report as printed. Article 2, to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year from March 23rd, 2014. The moderator recognizes Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move to elect 2 representatives to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year from March 23, 2014, with 2 members being nominated from the floor.
Is there a second to the motion? Second. Now we need to entertain nominations. Are there any nominations for the position of the Capital Review Board for a term of 1 year? Don't everybody jump now at the same time. We need 2 individuals. Yes, Miss. That's a very good question. Who would be prepared to describe the duties of the Capital Grant Review Board. Can I call upon Mr. Fisher or the town manager?
Hello. Good morning. The Capital Grants Review Committee is a committee of representative town meeting, and they meet on an as-needed basis to review grant applications on behalf of the town or the school district that relate specifically to capital purchases. And in our charter, a Capital Grant Review Board shall be established to study and evaluate all requests made on behalf of the town or its boards for grants or loans for capital expenditures.
What type of time commitment, to your knowledge, Mr. Moreland, is the Capital Grant Review Board?
The committee has met once so far this year. I'm sure there was probably some preliminary review of materials. The meeting lasted about an hour.
Are there any nominations for the position of Capital Grant Review Board? Yes, Mr. Herzog. Are you volunteering? Thank you. Is there a second to Mr. Herzog's second? All the way in the back. Would you? It's best if you please come to the microphone, identify yourself so that the people at home can see you and know who you are. Please come up.
Lissa Weinman, District 1.
And do you have a nomination?
I'm nominating myself.
Ah, great. It's terrific. Is there a second? All right. Do we have any other nominations? We only need 2, but do we have another nomination? No other nominations. Okay. Then, if there are no other nominations, we return to the principal question, and that is, shall the following people be appointed to serve to the Capital Grant Review Board for a term of 1 year from March 23rd, 2014, and that would be Mr. Herzog and Ms. Wyman. Yes.
I'm Kurt Dimes, District 2. I request that the moderator remind the body that at our most recent meeting, the resolution for people, all speakers present to stand while they speak, was overwhelmingly approved. I hope and believe that is still in effect.
Thank you, Mr. Dimes. That's well taken. Is there any further discussion with regard to the motion? If not, all those in favor of the appointment of Mr. Herzog and Ms. Wyman, kindly rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have appointed Ms. Herzog and Mr. Herzog and Ms. Wyman to serve on the Capital Review Board for a term of 1 year from March 23rd, 2014, and thank you for volunteering, both of you. Article 3, to see if the town and town school district will authorize its select board and school directors to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. The chair recognizes Mr. Gartenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town and the town school district authorize its select board and school directors to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the town and town school district authorize its select board and school directors to employ a certified public accountant or public accountants. Are you ready for that Question? If so, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 3. Article 4, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town and town school district clerk for a term of 1 year. Ms. McCumber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the appointment of Annette Cappy as town and town school district clerk for a year of 1 term from March 23, 2014, be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the appointment of Annette Cappy as town and town school district clerk for a term of 1 year from March 23, 2014, be ratified, approved, and confirmed. Are you ready for that, Mr. Wheelock?
Marshall Wheelock, District 2. I'd just like to point out that as of 2 days ago, or I believe it was 2 days ago, Mrs. Cappy had completed 25 years of service in her current for the town in her current capacity. And I'd like to urge everybody to keep her for at least 1 more.
Hear, hear. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the appointment of Ms. Cappy for another year, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And Ms. Cappy has been unanimously reappointed to the position of town and town school district clerk for a term of 1 year. Sorry? Article 5, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town and town school district treasurer for a term of 1 year. The chair recognizes Mr. Scholes.
I move that the appointment of John O'Connor as town and town school district treasurer for a term of 1 year from March 23, 2014, be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? It has been moved that the appointment of John O'Connor as town and town school district treasurer for a term of 1 year from March 23, 2014 be ratified, approved, and confirmed. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved and confirmed the appointment of Mr. O'Connor. Article 6, to see if the town will ratify, approve, and confirm the Select Board's appointment of a town attorney for a term of 1 year. Ms. O'Connor.
I move that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C. as town attorney for a term of 1 year from March 23, 2014 be ratified, approved, and confirmed.
Is there a second? The motion is that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C. as town attorney for a term of 1 year from March 23, 2014 be ratified, approved, and confirmed. There is some discussion. Is there any discussion from the body? I would call on a member of the resident, I believe, are you a resident, Ms. Rockwell?
Homeowner, yes, sir.
Okay. You are free to speak.
Thank you. Good morning, representatives, officials, and citizens of Brattleboro. My name is Susan Rockwell, a homeowner and business owner in Brattleboro. I am here early Saturday morning to respectfully urge town representatives not to ratify nor approve nor confirm the appointment of Robert Fisher as town attorney. I do not know Mr. Fisher personally, but oppose his manipulation of the law and town affairs. The appointment of a town attorney should be meaningful and not just a tradition or habit. Mr. Fisher has misadvised the Brattleboro Police Department to apply the wrong law. In his revised memo, he knowingly confused and personalized the law. Previously, the town attorney joined a private lawsuit in which everything his law firm filed in court benefited my neighbor and opposed me. When the judge ordered mediation, Fisher and Fisher wrote to the court refusing to mediate. Mr. Fisher selectively applies town ordinances as proven by the long-term unshielded overflowing dumpster at 15 Elm Street next door to me, which devalues my property. Mr. Fisher issued a writing attempting to limit my speech at town meetings. For the above reasons, I urge you to deny or at least delay the confirmation of Robert Fisher as town attorney. Thank you for your attention.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Phillips.
Let it die, Steve.
It may be that my colleague, my name is Steve Phillips, District 3. It may be that my colleague needs no defense, but those are harsh words. Attorneys sometimes take positions that are unpopular. We have an adversary system, so it's not uncommon that people will be unhappy with what an attorney may do. But I think Mr. Fisher has capably served this town. I think he's honorably served it. I think he's done it to the best of his ability. So I just want to point those things out that may be obvious. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Wilberding.
Mr. Moderator, I wonder if there could be a friendly amendment asking that the town attorney and the town turn to mediation and other non-adversarial methods when it is reasonable and prudent to do so.
Mr. Wilmerding, that would not be germane to the article of the question before us. However, you've made the statement, and it has been heard by the town attorney and the administration, so hopefully they will take that to mind. But it is not germane as an amendment. Yes, ma'am. Would you state your name, please?
Lynn Russell from District 1. These are very important matters that Susan Rockwell has brought forward. I encourage the body to perhaps hold on confirming Fisher and Fisher pending an investigation into the allegations that were here presented. That's what I would prefer. I don't want to rush forward out of habit or without proof, one way or the other. Thank you.
Dr. Fagelson.
Bob Fagelson, District 1. I move the question.
Dr. Fagelson has moved the question. Is there a second? That requires a 2/3 vote to cease debate on the issue. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the question of whether or not to appoint the firm of Fisher and Fisher for a term of 1 year, please rise. You may be seated. All those who are opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. It appears to the chair that the requisite 2/3 vote was not obtained. You may be seated. And as such, debate is not ceased. Is there any further comments or questions concerning this issue? Mr. Yost.
For those of us who don't completely understand how the firm is selected by the town, it might be helpful if if we describe that so we could have an idea of how the process takes place.
Mr. Moreland is interrogated, or perhaps Mr. Gartenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll take that. The way that the town attorney is selected is through appointment by the select board as professional services. It does not always need to go to bid. Over my roughly 15 years, some years it has gone out to bid, other years it has not. I don't believe this last year it did go out to bid. There is a contract that the town attorney has with the town that is approved by the select board, and that appointment is always ratified here at town meeting, and that is what this article is for. With respect to these issues that Ms. Rockwell has brought up, I don't believe that these issues really go, and I don't want to digress into what are several different lawsuits that Ms. Rockwell has been involved in. There have been zoning matters with her neighbor. There have been zoning matters with her property. Over the last month and a half, I've counted up here about 20 to 25 calls to the police involving landlord, tenant, or innkeeper guest issues. And what Ms. Rockwell, I think, alludes to is a memo that our office wrote giving guidance to the police on how to deal with these calls to her property. Roughly speaking, it is a matter between Ms. Rockwell and the people living at Ms. Rockwell's property. Ultimately, in our view, that needs to be decided by a court between Ms. Rockwell and those people. The town attorney's role in this has really been to give guidance to the police as well as to the health officer. There have been both the state sanatorian and the town health officer responding, at least as of yesterday and the day before, to issues of no heat, things like that. So it really is a matter that the town is on, both the police department, the health officer, the town attorney's office. Speaking of mediation, the town manager has offered to meet all of us with Ms. Rockwell. That meeting, I believe, is being set up. And we do encourage mediation, and that actually in Mr. Moreland's letter to her was a suggested remedy to this situation. So I don't like to digress. This really isn't so much the issue for town meeting, but I do want to at least defend my firm as well as the police department and the health officer and town manager's office as being on top of these issues with respect to what Ms. Rockwell raises. Thank you.
That I have the falsehood that he stated that I had 20 lawsuits.
Ms. Rockwell, unfortunately, we can't try this case in this forum, and well, whatever the matter is, so we do have to limit the debate. We've got a lot of business to do today. Mr. Dimes.
Kurt Dimes, District 2. Thank you, Councilor Fisher, for... I wish to express my gratitude to Councilor Fisher for standing while he was speaking. It greatly assists people here, especially us in the back, when members of the body present at table stand to speak, as the rest of us must do, and as was resolved at our previous town meeting. I hope the moderator can remind people of the validity of that decision.
Well taken, Mr. Dimes. That was agreed to. Yes, sir.
Jim Verzino, District 3. The question that came up was purely about defining the rules and the process, and was not about Mr. Fisher standing up and starting to defend himself. And I would appreciate it if the meeting continued to go according to those things and not start this kind of thing. So let's get control of this. And it really showed me some poor judgment when the question went to either Mr. Gardenstein or Mr. Moreland, and someone else stood up. So perhaps in the front of the room, we can do the things that are meant to be done.
Is there further discussion with regard to the question? All the way in the back, Mr. Gavi.
I don't know why, even though I served at Spooner Valley at District 3, even though I served on the Charter Revision Commission, my recollection is we never looked at this item as about the town meeting electing the town attorney. It just sort of went through, it was accepted. So I can't comment about why it is that way, and I don't know whether it should be or shouldn't be. However, what occurs to me, though, is that as it stands, this body elects that person, and we have nothing to go on. We accept that an assumption that if there is an article there, that the town attorney remains the choice of the select board. But the board never provides us with an explanation of why they think it's a good choice. So I recommend to the board that from this point on, they take a little bit more interest in that position and be clear with themselves who is the best person, what would be the best person, what are their qualifications, etc., and have a little something in the report each year from which we as a body can make a decision. Thank you.
Is there further discussion with regard to the appointment of the town attorney? Mr. Borowski.
Cal Borowski, District 1. Pretty high.
Just flip it down.
Frankly, we elect these people as select people to perform duties for the community. And when they hire somebody, they use their best judgment. To me, being involved in government for a long period of time, it's been very difficult to find a reasonable rate and a proper person to perform these activities. This company, in my mind, has done a super job. I don't believe that we can solve all the problems of everybody that have the town. We're going to start doing that issue. We're going to talk about roads and ruts and all that kind of stuff. These people lead our community, and I think it's their job to define who they want to pick as an attorney. They've done that, and I'm sure that they've had 15 years of experience with this particular party. We've had a lot of attorneys before, and we played the same game. And to me, I think he's doing a great job, and I'd like to see this body recommend that they approve the selectman's choice.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Elwell.
Corwin Elwell, District 3. Just to be sure as to what we're doing, we're really ratifying and approving. We're not electing anybody.
Right.
But the selectmen have selected this firm to represent the town, and this body is asked to ratify that decision. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Elwell. Mr. Gartenstein?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. It sounds like the Select Board is being interrogated about the reason for the choice of Mr. Fisher as town attorney. Mr. Fisher has significant experience providing advice to municipalities. Over the course of the time that I've served on the Select Board, the High School Board, the Town School Board, and on the Development Review Board, I've received advice from Mr. Fisher on various issues. They range from contract matters to procedural matters to personnel matters, and in all matters, it appears that his advice has been well considered, well researched, and thoughtful, and it has provided the Select Board with the information it needs about legal compliance matters to allow us to make decisions in the best interests of the town. We have heard over the course of the last months and the last years some concerns expressed by Ms. Rockwell. Those are individual matters that she is dealing with. We're aware of them. I don't believe that they're properly a subject of discussion here at town meeting. They really are litigation, potential litigation, and zoning and landlord-tenant related issues. The question, I think, before town meeting now is whether to ratify and approve the appointment of Mr. Fisher, and the Select Board recommends that he be appointed. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? I believe I had, there was another hand in the back. Yes. I'll come to you in a minute.
Excuse me, Chaim Siegel, District 3. I just wanted to address what Pal said, and I think it seems to me, without knowing all the ins and outs of the procedures and how they got there, I'm sorry, that there wouldn't be a reason, if it were as Pal described it, there'd be no reason to have an article if it was just the Select Board's decision. So apparently, somewhere in the construction of the town rules or state rules or whoever's rules, it's been put upon us to participate in that decision, and therefore should be taken seriously by us. The other question, so I have two really, is a question, and that is what happens if we don't ratify Mr. Fisher?
The Select Board is interrogated with regard to what happens if Mr. Fisher is not ratified.
It's never happened before, so I don't know the answer specifically. I expect, as with many issues that may arise today, depending on what happens at town meeting, once the board is reorganized on Monday morning, there may be various issues with which we would be dealing. The town needs to have a lawyer, and if the town meeting does not ratify our appointment of Mr. Fisher, we would look at the issue again.
Ms. Davison.
Judy Davidson, District 3. I move the question.
Ms. Davison has moved to cease debate. It has been seconded. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. You may be seated, and 2/3 having been obtained, you have voted to cease debate, and we return to the principal question, which is that the appointment of the firm of Fisher & Fisher Law Office, P.C. as town attorney for a term of 1 year from March 23rd, 2014, be ratified, approved, and confirmed. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you may be seated. And you have approved Article 6. Article 7, to elect 3 trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library to serve 3 years, and 2 trustees to fill unexpired terms. The names for consideration for 3 terms, 2014 through 2017, are Elizabeth Wool, Gerald Goldberg, and Jennifer Land. The names for consideration for the unexpired terms are Robert Stack, 2014 to 2015, and George Howard Burroughs, 2014 to 2016. Chair would call on Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the following people be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library: Elizabeth Wool, Jared Goldberg, and Jennifer Lane, for 3-year terms 2014 through 2017, and Robert Stack for the unexpired term 2014 through 2015, and George Howard Burroughs for the unexpired term 2014-2016.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following persons be appointed to serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brooks Memorial Library: Elizabeth Wool, Gerald Goldberg, Jennifer Land for a 3-year term 214 to 217, and Robert Stack for the unexpired term 214 to 215, and George Howard Burroughs for the unexpired term 214 to 216. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please. Oh, excuse me, Ms. Johnson.
Ronnie Johnson, District 3. I'd like to question Jerry Carbone if he's still here.
Mr. Carbone is interrogated if he chooses to be.
I just am wondering if all of the trustees are required to be residents of Brattleboro, and if so, if all of these are.
Yes, they are.
Is that yes, they are? They must be residents, and yes, they are residents.
Yes, they must be residents, and they are residents.
Thank you, Jerry. Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved the election of the trustees to the Brooks Memorial Library. Article 8. Oh, yes, point of order, yes. Mr. Wilmerdick.
Is there a way we could avoid hearing the motion read to us twice? It takes more time.
That is actually a very good suggestion. The rule is that I have to read it, then the motion is made, and then I have to read it back. It would save some time. I hesitate to go here, but I think it's not a bad suggestion. And so I'm going to put that to the body. Robert's rule says that I'm supposed to read it back. If you would prefer to save the time during the course of the day, you can do whatever you want, as long as it's within the law. This is only Robert's rules. So I'm going to present that question to you. If you would prefer not to hear me read back the motion, as has been the tradition, is there first any discussion on that? Mr. Wheelock.
Marshall Wheelock, District 2. Perhaps we could have it that unless somebody requests it not be read back, if the motion that is made is the same as the motion that we have in print. However, reserving the right to have you repeat the motion if we get into an amendment hassle.
I am going to always repeat the motion if we get into amendments. I'm going to repeat the motion in the event that we get into a lengthy debate, because I think it's important that everyone understand what's being voted on. So I will continue to do that. The question is initially, following the motion, what's the sense of the group? Mr. Barber.
Ryan Barber, District 1. On occasion, it happens that the article as printed in the warning is really a bare-bones statement, and when it gets moved very often by a member of the administration, it's fleshed out with a lot of detail. And I want to make sure that if that's the case, for sure it gets read back slowly and carefully, because our bodies are here, but our minds aren't fully awake.
Again, that's well taken. Unfortunately, with some of the more serious and involved motions like the budget. Mr. Cummings.
Chuck Cummings, District 1. It has been said that it is the tradition to reread it. My experience of a long standing in this body is that we have many times waived it and asked the moderator not to repeat. So I don't think we're going to be stepping out of tradition if we so instruct you as requested.
Dr. Fagelson.
Bob Fagelson, District 1. I find it interesting that this was brought up in an effort to save time, and we've wasted at least 5 minutes discussing it. We've got a huge agenda here, and if we're going to waste time on such inanities as we have been so far, we're going to be going well into tomorrow.
I think that's well taken. However, is there any further discussion on this, and then we'll just present it to the... All those in favor of the moderator not repeating the motion, please rise. You may be seated. All those in favor or opposed to, or that would like to see the moderator continue to repeat the question, please rise. All right, so the general sentiment is, and clearly the overwhelming majority has directed me not to read the questions, except where I find that it is going to be essential for your understanding of what the motion is. So we are at Article 8, to see what salaries the town will pay its officers. And the chair would call on Mr. Gartenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the salaries of the Select Board be set at $3,000 each, salary of the chair be set at $5,000, and that the Select Board be authorized to fix the salaries of all other town officers for the 2014-15 fiscal year.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? Yes. Ms. Rockwell.
Susan Rockwell again. I suggest that it is not in the best interest of the community that the Office of Town Attorney be paid a flat salary of $100,000 a year. And this leads to unfair discretion.
Ms. Rockwell.
Okay.
Ms. Rockwell.
Thank you.
I don't want to be rude, but that is not germane. The question is the Select Board's salary. This isn't the town attorney's salary. It's only the select. No, this is just the Select Board, so that is out of order, not germane. Any further discussion with regard to Article 8 and the motion currently on the floor to approve the Select Board's salary? If not, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you've approved Article 8. Article 9, to see if the town will authorize its Select Board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue. I'm sorry, point of order?
Mr. Moderator, is it possible that in the discussion of Article 7, after Mr. Wilmerding brought up the option to not reread the motion, we never in fact voted on that motion?
We did vote on it. We voted on it. Yes, we did.
Okay.
Didn't we? Yes,
Excuse
we
us.
voted on it. Yeah, it was unanimous. I have it that we did vote.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we're back at Article 9. I will read it again. To see if the town will authorize its select board to borrow money in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue, and the chair would recognize Ms. McCumber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the Select Board be authorized to borrow money on its notes in anticipation of taxes, grants, and other revenue.
Is there a second? Discussion. If not, all those in favor, please signify by rising. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 9. Article 10, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $78,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization. The chair recognizes Mr. Scholes.
I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $78,000 through special assessments on properties within the Downtown Improvement District, as approved by town meeting March 19, 2005, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Downtown Improvement District, to be used for capital and operating costs of projects of the town's duly designated downtown organization.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor, please indicate by standing. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated. And you have approved Article 10. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District, as approved by town meeting on March 24, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Mountain Home Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvement to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks. Chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $223,276.47 through special assessments on property within the Mountain Home Park Special Benefits Assessment Tax District, as approved by town meeting March 24, 2007, and as delineated in the town ordinance entitled Municipal Act to Establish and Regulate the Mountain Home Trailer Park Special Benefit Assessment Tax District for the purpose of paying debt service on the capital improvements to the water and sewer lines serving the Mountain Home and Deepwood mobile home parks.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion as read, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have approved Article 11. Article 12, to see if the town will raise and appropriate a sum not to exceed $10,000 to assist in funding Brattleboro climate protection for fiscal 2015, July 1st, 2014 through June 30th of 2015. The chair recognizes Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town raise and appropriate a sum not to exceed $10,000 to assist in funding Brattleboro climate protection for fiscal year 2015, July 1st, 2014, June 30th, 2015.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion kindly rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and you have adopted Article 12. Article 13, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $110,000 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro, to be allocated among service providers in the following manner: AIDS Project of Southeastern Vermont, $2,000; American Red Cross Green Mountain Chapter, $4,000; Boys and Girls Club, $9,300; Brattleboro Area Drop-In Center, $9,600; Brattleboro Area Hospice, $1,700; Brattleboro Senior Meals, $7,000; Clark Canal Neighborhood Association, $3,000; Connecticut River Transit, $3,000; Family Garden, $1,000; Gathering Place, $2,000; Healthcare and Rehabilitative Services, $2,000; Kids Place, $3,000; Morningside House, $7,500; Phoenix House, RISE, $1,500; Prevent Child Abuse Vermont, $1,000; RSVP Green Mountain, $700; Senior Solutions, $2,000; Southeastern Vermont Community Action, $9,000; Summer Lunch Program, Brattleboro Town School District, $6,000; Turning Point, $4,500; Vermont Adult Learning, $700; Vermont Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, $1,500; Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,000; Visiting Nurse and Hospice of Vermont, New Hampshire, $10,000; Wyndham Child Care Association, $5,500; Wyndham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center, $1,500; YMCA Meeting Waters, $2,000; Youth Services Big Brother Big Sister, $8,000. Chair recognizes Ms. McCumber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am so tempted to say so moved, but bear with me. I move that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $110,000 to support human service programs and facilities for the residents of Brattleboro, to be allocated among service providers in the following manner: AIDS Project of Southeastern Vermont, $2,000; American Red Cross Green Mountain Chapter, $4,000; Boys and Girls Club, $9,300; Brattleboro Area Drop-In Center, $9,600; Brattleboro Area Hospice, $1,700; Brattleboro Senior Meals, $7,000; Clark Canal Neighborhood Association, $3,000; Connecticut River Transit, $3,000; Family Garden, $1,000; Gathering Place, $2,000; Healthcare and Rehabilitation Services, HCRS, $2,000; Kids Place, $3,000; Morningside House, $7,500; Phoenix House Rise, $1,500; Prevent Child Abuse Vermont, $1,000; RSVP Green Mountain, $700; Senior Solutions, $2,000; Southeastern Vermont Community Action Incorporated, SEVCA, $9,000; Summer Lunch Program, Brattleboro Town School District, $6,000; Turning Point, $4,500; Vermont Adult Learning, $700; Vermont Center for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, $1,500; Vermont Center for Independent Living, $1,000; Visiting Nurse and Hospice of Vermont and New Hampshire, $10,000; Wyndham Child Care Association, $5,500; Wyndham County Safe Place Child Advocacy Center, $1,500; YMCA Meeting Waters, $2,000; Youth Services Big Brothers Big Sisters, $8,000.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? Mr. Underhill. Can you get the mic, Mr. Underhill?
Sure. Ben, well, I'll take it out. Ben Underhill, District 1. First, thank you to this group for doing this work. I know this was a hard job. I appreciate it. Looking through, I see there was a reduction for some people, an increase for some, and stayed the same for some. Personally, I think it would have been equitable if everybody had been reduced with this big a reduction. But my real question is, On it, it says, per their request, meaning the select board, we then found ways to further reduce our original proposal to achieve a one-time 16.5% reduction over FY14 levels. I'm wondering, what is one time? Does that mean the anticipation is it will go up again next year back to the last year's levels, or it will stay at this level? Thank you.
Mr. Gartenstein?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. During the process of formulating the budget that's going to be presented to you, a number of articles hence, we looked at a wide range of issues relating to expenses that the town bears on an annual basis. And the Human Services funding budget was one of those issues that we addressed. You'll note that over the course of the past years, Human Services funding has been essentially level at about $152,000. Also, as a historical matter, you'll remember that we used to be much more deeply involved at the select board and the town meeting level with making individual decisions about whether various human services agencies should get funded. And we decided, I don't know, 10 or 15 years ago, to form the Human Services Funding Committee, which does the work, the legwork of allocating funds and making decisions about which organizations should get what level of funding. And in terms of the individual decisions on this list and the individual figures on this list, if there's a member of the Human Services Funding Committee here, first, we'd like to thank them for their work, and second, we'd like to ask them to speak to these individual decisions. During the process of formulation of the budget, the Select Board said, well, how do we come up with $150,000 a year? How is that number determined? And it appears that we were essentially moving year to year to year without really the Select Board setting a goal, without town meeting setting a goal, and with the Human Services Committee essentially working off of last year's number. And as we tried to find places where the budget could be cut and where we could save money, we asked the Human Services Committee whether they could come in with a lower number. I think that we asked them to come in at 120 or 125, and they came in at 130. And that's the number that's being presented to you. Fiscal year 2015, it says 137.65 unless it's... All right, 110. Oh, the extra money in the 130 here in the budget itself, because I'm looking at the bottom line on page 67. I'm sorry, that includes two other figures, which is Connecticut River Transit and climate protection. So they came down from 130 to 110. I'm sorry, I was looking at the number in the budget itself. I think that we had asked them to come in at a lower number, and they came in at 110, and that's what's presented to you. I'm sorry for that confusion. There is a question about the role of the municipal government with respect to funding individual human services agencies. And for many, many years, town meeting has decided to include individual human services funding in the budget. I would note for your information that in the town of Brattleboro, 20% of the grand list is tax exempt. 16.8% of the grand list is tax exempt based upon state statute, and then 3.8% of the grand list is tax exempt through other means. That means of the grand list, $1,140,290,000 and change, 20% of those properties don't pay tax. There's a lot of reasons for that, but what that tells us is that we are already supporting the work of tax-exempt organizations to the tune of 20% of our grand list not being taxed and not paying property taxes, which means that everybody else, 80% of the remaining properties, are paying that much more in property taxes. This is a theme that will come up in other articles as well. I really don't want to seem hard-hearted or callous in any way. The Human Services funding budget is very, very important, but you should be aware that you're paying for Human Services funding twice, 20% tax-exempt status on your properties, and then through the $110,000 in additional funding we're paying out. This year we asked the committee to come in at 110. We have not made a decision yet about what we'll ask them to come in at next year. And so I have heard that language, one-time drop in funding. That comes from the committee, not from the Select Board.
Ms. Russell.
Lynn Russell, District 1. I'm wondering if the Turning Point is still in operation, and if so, where?
Is there someone from the Human Services Committee or the Select Board who can respond to that question? Ted, Mr. Montgomery.
Tad Montgomery, District 2. My understanding is that they are renovating the house at 39 Elm Street, corner of Elm and Flat.
Down in front here first.
Well, I can report that I delivered the comments to the Turning Point last Wednesday up on Putney Road, and they will be moving to Flat Street. The last I heard, it will be sometime in July.
Thank you. Ms. Erfer.
Kathy Erfer, District 3. I just wanted to point out that on page 11, the Human Services Committee was kind enough to actually list exactly who has an educational tax exemption and who has a municipal tax exemption. And out of the 32 possible recipients, only 9 of those organizations actually have tax exemptions.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Wilberning.
We've heard discussion from the chair of the Select Board about the fact that many of these organizations already enjoy tax exemption status on their property taxes for education or municipal services. I believe personally that a democratic society is based upon 3 sectors: the public, private, and nonprofit or charitable sector, and that these all have their merits and they should all be supported. I think we should look historically at the fact that we have this allocation in our budget, which to me signifies that there are some services that we as a town absolutely need to see being done. This is our way of supporting those services in whatever significant way we can, even if it's a very modest contribution. We are telling them, we like your work, please do the work, and we hope to support you now and in the future. I regret that we have seen fit to reduce this allocation. I think that we should possibly re-examine how that came about, because I think that in terms of longer-term planning for capital needs, we wouldn't face quite such pressure on the budget if we had had better planning for some of our large bonding plans and capital needs. I hope that we can maintain funding for important work like this.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Borowski.
There's an issue that I'm not sure this is germane to talk about subsidized housing. I'm for subsidized housing, but I have an issue with the fact that the state has given subsidized housing eternally. Anytime they do subsidized housing on a private project, they give them 20% reduction for life. That means that these homes that are being revitalized downtown and all around town. They are upgraded and they're great, and I have no problem with that. But to me, there should be a limit to that subsidy, because I think that the homeowners are getting inundated with more subsidies, more subsidies, more subsidies as this low-income housing is being built. And I think that there should be a term on that subsidized program for this.
I think that Mr. Borowski, I don't see in reviewing the list.
He brought up 16%.
Yes, he did, but there's nothing specific that I can see in the Human Services budget list that relates to your particular point. We hear you, but I don't think it is germane. Is there any further discussion with regard to the recommendations of the Human Services Committee as moved by Ms. McCumber? Hearing none, all those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted the Human Services Budget, Article 13. Article 14, to see if the town will approve the repurposing of the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish an energy efficiency fund with a principal amount of $50,000 and to appropriate the remainder of the fund, being the accrued interest in the Agricultural Protection Fund, to reduce the fiscal year 2015 tax levy. The chair recognizes Mr. Scholes.
I move that the town repurpose the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish an energy efficiency fund with a principal amount of $50,000 and to appropriate the remainder in the fund, being the accrued interest in the Agricultural Protection Fund, to reduce the fiscal year 2015 tax levy. I'd like to speak to the motion.
Is there a second first? Motion has been made and seconded, and Mr. Scholes, you may speak to the motion.
Thank you. I'd like to amend the motion to read, the town repurpose the funds, part of the Agricultural Land Protection Fund, to establish an energy efficiency fund with a principal amount of $45,000, and strike the rest of the motion.
Okay, let me make sure I understand what you did. So that the new motion would read, or your amendment would then leave the motion to read that the town repurpose the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish an energy efficiency fund with the principal amount of $45,000, period. Is that correct? Is there a second to the amendment? Okay, the amendment has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion with regard to the amendment to reduce the principal amount to be transferred to $45,000? Mr. Barber.
Ryan Barber, District 1. I'm not against this. I have one question. Why?
Mr. Scholes is interrogated.
I am very excited to have an energy efficiency fund created, and I'm also very committed to making sure that people that want to start farming or take over farms or get bridge loans to expand their farms are able to access funds. And as one of our farmers has pointed out, there are plenty of ways nowadays for farmers to borrow money and plenty of rope for them to hang themselves. But I have heard from several of the younger farm vendors, agricultural vendors at the farmers market and other places, that they really do want this fund in place. The Ag Committee, the town's appointed Ag Committee, voted 5-0 to keep the money in the Ag Fund, and I believe the Conservation Committee voted unanimously as well to keep it in place. And I'd like to recognize the work of those committees and their knowledge and maintain that agricultural fund.
Mr. Robb, yes.
Charlie Robb, Senior, District 1. Yeah, I was the guy that said plenty of places in this day and age when there really wasn't back then to get the rope to hang yourself financially. And there's Vermont Development Authority, Farm Service Agency, and the Yankee Farm Credit. And they all will give you plenty of money. And I think that I got to thank the town of Brattleboro for helping the farmers all these years. They've done a wonderful job keeping the land open, and I appreciate the town for that. And I think this is a way to take $45,000 for the energy efficiency and just keep that other $50,000 for that fund there for young farmers if they do think they need it. Thank you.
Mr. Phillips.
Steve Phillips, District 3. I agree with Mr. Robb and with Mr. Scholl's desire to keep some money in for agricultural purposes. Once you lose agricultural land, it doesn't come back, and we have a long future ahead of us. So I think it's important to take a long view and not get rid of this money. It's not a lot, but it may be very valuable down the road. Personally, I'd rather see the money that is going to be diverted to the energy fund be served to reduce taxes. I was excited about that part of the article, and so I'm going to vote against this. And as far as hanging yourself, there are plenty of energy companies out there that have borrowed money. I mean, we just had another one on the front page of the Reformer today, bankruptcy auction, all their equipment going up for sale. And so that would be my preference, and when there's an opportunity, I may stand and move to amend.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Kewell?
Jean Keywell, District 2. Question, excuse me, is the energy efficiency is transferred to the energy efficiency fund? Is that going to be a revolving loan fund? And is it available to private citizens, or is it strictly for municipal purposes?
Mr. Gartenstein, can you respond to the question?
I was also raising my hand hoping to speak, so can I do both?
Let's answer the question first.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The purpose of the Energy Efficiency Fund is to facilitate audits of town buildings, energy audits of town buildings, and energy efficiency work in town buildings. It's not for the purposes of a revolving loan fund for energy improvements in individual homes. There are other sources for that funding. There's private sources for that funding. There was big grant money that came to the Wyndham-Windsor Land Trust this past year to facilitate energy improvements within homes. We voted to go forward with PACE, or at least to authorize formation of the district for PACE last year, but the loan documents that were presented to us by that program sponsor were full of holes, and so we've not yet signed on to that PACE program. But this funding would be for energy efficiency audits within town buildings.
Thank you.
Do you care to continue, Mr. Gartenstein, with your question, or have you? Yes. The chair recognizes Mr. Gartenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think I was at town meeting in 1986 when the Agricultural Land Protection Fund was established. I certainly remember the discussion that year or the year before or after. I think that we live in a very different era than 25 or 30 years ago. Information moves much, much more quickly, and preservation of agricultural land is an important issue, And that, in fact, is a specific a question that arose in the mid-'80s at the time that the fund was established, because there was land that was being transferred over. I think there's a substantial awareness within the community. There's more funding now than there was before for preserving farmland, as Mr. Robb indicated. I would also note, just as I did in the last article, that we as a town support this area in more than one way. So this article for the Agricultural Land Protection Fund can't be viewed in isolation. You also established a tax exemption for farm properties through your actions. And so we voted at the last select board meeting on Tuesday to enter into this year's worth of tax exemption agreements. So farmland within the town, farmers within the town, don't pay town property taxes. So you're supporting this activity, very important activity, in two different ways, and you should be aware of that. Only this one is coming before you for reconsideration. At the end of town meeting last year, you asked us to be aware of the tax impact of the activities in which we're engaging and the work that we're doing as a town. And we have looked under every rock and in every corner to present you with various ways in which we can act in a fiscally responsible way, doing the work that the town needs to do, while at the same time not unduly burdening property owners with unduly high tax rates. And although this is a small issue, the $95,000 in this fund hasn't been used in 15 years. So there hasn't been a loan out of the fund in 15 years. And in almost 30 years since the fund was established, there's only been 2 loans. And so the question is whether, with changing priorities, we should be using this money for tax relief and for energy efficiency work, recognizing that we already support farming in other ways through action at town meeting.
The question is on the Scholes amendment, which is to establish the Energy Efficiency Fund with $45,000 repurposed from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund, and the balance of the motion would be deleted. Mr. Gould.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Moderator. Eli Gould, District 1. This is a confusing motion, and this is my first time as a representative here, so I'm going to try and make sure I'm clear on this and also speak to Mr. Scholes' change to this. These are obviously two things near and dear to my heart, and I think that there may be a point of fact about how many times this has been used as a loan. My understanding is that it has been a valuable thing. There was at least one instance where a farmer used that for some small collateral to keep themselves out of risk. I do believe that it was founded, has been used as a revolving loan fund, has been paid back 100%, and on the side of the agricultural loan fund, I believe there's some merit to leaving something that can do that to the next generation of farmers. What's confusing to me is getting into using the balance for an energy efficiency fund versus property taxes. The way that I read this originally, I think it was clear, and there could probably be some compromise reached where a portion of the fund could stay as it was originally intended, and some of its gains might be used to offset taxes. I have concerns, even though I'm in the energy efficiency field, and it's something that I feel is very important. I have concerns that we are asking for something that can actually make sense on its own business merit. I don't know that we need a private energy efficiency fund yet. I'm usually educating people about the many private sector programs that are out there. when people make energy efficiency upgrades, they make good business sense, they stand on their own. You can go to a private credit union in this state, which is the first in the union, and say, I have an energy upgrade to make, it makes good business sense, will you help me bank on that? You can do that as a private person. There's also been a big explosion in the number of people doing energy audits. Some of them provide way more value than others. I see a wide range of money being spent for energy audits, sometimes on really obvious things. So to me, the question of do we need a separate fund more than we need to reduce property taxes is actually questionable here. Even though I support it in principle, I don't know enough about it to know that we're getting better use of that $45,000 through that new direction than we are just offsetting our costs and making sure that we still have some small portion of this available for farm-related revolving loans.
Just to be clear, to respond to your question, the question is on the Scholes amendment, and that amendment simply is asking to allocate $45,000 of the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish this energy efficiency fund. That's it. That's what we're currently discussing. I would like to give an opportunity to one or two people from the general public to speak. You may, who would like to go first?
I'm a town meeting representative.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Asking to be recognized.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Thanks. My name's Ralph Mima, District 3. This is my first time as a town meeting representative. I'm also a member of the Energy Committee, the Brattleboro Town Energy Committee. And I'd like to note that what's difficult about this article is that a number of quite unrelated issues are bundled together. One is the merit and the purpose of an energy efficiency fund, which can be looked at by itself in terms of its merits. Another is a reduction in the balance of the agricultural fund. And I don't know really what the answer to disentangling these two separate matters is, but I wanted to either point out or request a couple of clarifications. And by the way, I should add that the Energy Committee is unanimously in favor of establishing an energy efficiency fund, wherever the funds come from. The Energy Committee is fully behind this. And one point of clarification is that an energy efficiency fund would strictly be, as far as I understand, strictly be for investing in energy audits of municipal property. It would not be for any privately owned structures. It would strictly be for funding energy audits to improve the energy performance of buildings. And that would ultimately lead to things like weatherization, air sealing, more efficient lighting, more efficient motors, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, that type of thing. So it's not for private purposes. And the final point I'd like to make is that we are still a long way from the day when investments in energy efficiency don't provide a very significant and very quick return on investment. And there may be some people in this room who can provide more details, but over the past half year or so, in the Energy Committee, we have struggled with trying to get support for finding a very limited amount of funds. I think it was something in the order of $4,000 to perform an energy audit of the municipal building. And even finding that money was very, very difficult in the budgeting process. So creating a dedicated fund for this purpose, I think, would be a very, very useful, fiscally responsible step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Young lady from, again, the general public.
I'm Caitlin Burlett. I'm a representative of the Agriculture Advisory Committee, and I'm a farmer from Wild Carrot Farm on Upper Dormiston Road. And as a young farmer, I could potentially use this project in the this fund in the future. But on behalf of the Agricultural Advisory Committee, I'd like to say that somewhere around 30 years ago, the town of Brattleboro recognized that rising land values, an aging population, and a global food system making farming less and less viable threatened its agricultural character. At that point, the town invested $50,000 into a revolving loan fund that would help to provide assistance to new farmers and to protect the town's open space from development. Over the years, the fund has been used intermittently to provide valuable bridge funding during timely and sometimes complicated farmland transactions. Several of the farms in town today are where they are because of the money the town of Brattleboro made available. Excuse me. Each and every time the fund was used, it was paid back on time, usually early and with interest, and today the fund is worth nearly double what it was when taxpayers created it without the addition of a single tax dollar since it was started. Now the fund is facing tax increases and a need for investments in other areas, and some have identified this fund as an easy, if relatively minor, way to mitigate the cost of our 2015 taxes. This fund is consistent with both the town plan and the state efforts to promote agriculture. The town plan, adopted in 2013, includes a policy to improve access to viable and affordable agricultural land. This fund is an important tool to implement this policy. The state of Vermont values agriculture as a part of the economy and the natural landscape. They've dedicated a lot of resources toward ensuring the viability of agriculture. Goal 6 in the state's Farm to Plate strategic plan is that productive, fertile agricultural soil and land will be available and affordable for farming in the future. It's clear that we as a community value the protection of our agricultural land. The Ag Land Protection Fund is an effective and affordable way of supporting these values. We on the Agricultural Advisory Committee and in the agricultural community at large recognize these needs, as well as the need for tax relief. But we also know that the conditions that made this fund necessary in 1985 have only grown in importance over the past 30 years. We continue to face property priced well above its agricultural value, a lack of access to capital for many farms, and an aging population, especially our farmers, making land transfer and possibly redevelopment more and more inevitable over the next 10 years. The Ag Land Protection Fund is a valuable tool for keeping farmland open and farmed. We know of at least one potential farmland preservation opportunity that's in the works that would like to use this fund in the not-too-distant future. We believe strongly that the Ag Land Protection Fund should remain in its current use at no cost to the town. In addition, the Conservation Commission has publicly supported leaving all of the money in the Agricultural Land Protection Fund. In the case that town meeting representatives feel that some of the money must be used for other purposes, then the Agricultural Advisory Committee would like to recommend that the original money invested in the Ag Land Protection Fund stay in the fund, and the interest made above that amount be used towards long-term projects that provide long-term benefits to the town. And the Agricultural Advisory Committee would also like to thank the town for the support it's given our farmers throughout the years, and hope that we can count on the town's continued support. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the Scholes Amendment? Ms. Russell.
Lynn Russell, District 1. I'm opposed to moving any money from the Aggie Land Protection Fund. And as far as the Energy Efficiency Fund, Mr. Gartenstein told us at a previous meeting that the town already knows the town office building needs to be insulated at the top. And yet, as I understand it, the town is asking to take money out of the Aggie Fund to pay for an audit to tell us that we need to insulate the top of the building. My thought would be to take care of what we know exists. I'm surprised that that insulation hasn't already been installed. My understanding is that global warming is a grave threat, and that governments are and organizations, administration is asking that we all reduce our carbon footprint by 80% by whatever year, 2020 or 2050 or something. Increasing insulation and sealing air leaks is the very first thing to address. Anyway, and as the economy continues to decline, I believe that we're going to need farmland to produce our own food, because we won't be able to import it from away. We won't be able to afford that. I believe we're going to see a blossoming of new farmers and folks wanting to grow their own. So I oppose the article in total. Thank you.
Ms. Stark?
Billy Stark, District 1. Actually, I'm a little confused. On the Energy Efficiency Fund, well, I can't support more audits. It's like, if we know we don't have insulation, we should just be doing it. But I'm wondering about the Climate Protection Group. My understanding from years of that conversation was that they did efficiency audits and helped with that kind of stuff. So if we could maybe query Paul, and I just would like an answer. If they're doing that already, why would we establish another fund?
Paul, are you able? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. There was a energy efficiency project completed with Honeywell in 2008 in 15 town and school buildings. That project primarily was concerned with lighting and heating systems, but not in building envelope issues such as insulation and air sealing. And that's why we need to do energy audits in several of the municipal buildings to really look at the building envelope issues and further opportunities for savings in those buildings, which can reduce the town's energy costs.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Yes.
I'm Mary Ellen Bixby, District 3, and I'm mystified by the use of language. I understand that, I imagine we all in this room are for energy efficiency. We're all for the preservation of ag land. It's a win-win. If this fund has been on the books for 30 years and has been used twice, I think that is a question we should ask. I've also heard that we have used the fund intermittently, whatever the word intermittently means. And third, that several people have benefited from this fund. Are several people too? Maybe the question should be, how could this fund be more widely disseminated? Thank you.
Mr. Bosworth. Excuse me, we have a point of order.
Point of procedure, Mr. Moderator. Are we debating the amendment, or are we debating the question? I mean, the person who introduced the amendment then introduced a friendly amendment. I presume it's a friendly amendment, since he's amending his own motion. I would like to know if we're debating the amendment or the question.
We are debating the amendment, and the amendment is whether we should allocate $45,000 to establish an energy efficiency fund from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund. No, it is not a revised question. It is an amendment. We're going to treat this as a two-step process. It is an amendment. So we're right now debating the amendment. Mr. Bosworth.
Michael Bosworth, District 1. I just want to point out that the Finance Committee is definitely in favor of setting up such a fund for energy efficiency, partly because it will help save us money down the road as far as operational costs. So we're definitely in favor of the fund itself.
Mr. Yost?
Is it on? Yeah. So Peter Yost, School Board. It's hard to discuss the amendment since it has so much impact on the original motion. But I don't like being put in the position of making a choice between apples and oranges, which is that we have an agricultural fund and we're not exactly sure, as the previous speaker pointed out, how much it's being used or whether we should keep that fund. But then it seems as though we're saying, well, we also need to do energy efficiency audits on public buildings, and we couldn't find that money anyplace else, so let's combine these two. And it seems like it's a matter of expediency, and I feel like I'm being put in a really difficult position between two really, I like apples and oranges.
Mr. Fagelson, Dr. Fagelson.
Surprise, I'm not going to call the question. I just want to talk about this issue. You know, several years ago when the retreat farm question came up, one of the things I learned is that at that time, I don't know if it's true anymore, there are more farms in Brattleboro than in any other town in Windham County. I think that farming in Brattleboro, whether we want to close our eyes to it or believe it or not, is really an important part of our town, of our economy, and our existence. And I really think that robbing from Peter to pay Paul does absolutely no good. You want to know how to make the municipal center more efficient energy-wise? Tear it down and build a new one. It's a horribly inefficient building, and you can put money in there from now till doomsday, and it's still going to be inefficient.
Further discussion all the way in the back. Yes.
Betsy Gentili, District 3. I'm a member of Food Connects, and I realize Mr. Gartenstein said this fund hasn't been used in a long time, but there's a new movement coming in this area with local VOR movement, and Food Connects is just starting. It's getting stronger. I love getting spinach from Wild Carrot Farm, and I just think we need to think about what's happening with our agricultural landscape right now, not going back to 1980-something. There's a whole new movement going on. Young farmers are starting. I think it's fantastic, and I am totally against taking any money out of this fund, but I do support David's amendment for leaving the rest of the money in the fund and supporting energy efficiency.
Is there further discussion on the Scholes amendment? Ms. Melton.
Paula Melton, District 1. I just want to point out that you can't just go in and spray a bunch of insulation in a building or seal cracks if you don't know where the cracks are or how much insulation you need. That's what an energy audit is for.
Further debate? Yes.
Elizabeth McLaughlin, District 3. I think we've heard from the Ag Committee and the farmer in speaking this morning that this fund is obsolete and no longer necessary for farmers. And so I don't think that we're disrespecting farming or agriculture by disbanding this fund. And I also think that an energy audit is a very necessary thing and a prudent thing for the municipality to do. And frankly, I'm surprised it hasn't already been done. So I'm glad that they have identified this switch. And I think it's not complicated, and I'm in support of it.
Ms. Davison.
I understand that this amendment is going to leave $50,000 in the agricultural fund, and the agricultural committee has supported at least leaving that $50,000 in the fund for new farmers coming in for loans. And so I support the amendment. My question is about the energy efficiency fund, which I also support. If we do the energy audits and there's still money left in this fund, can we use some of this money to actually improve the weatherization if there's money left in the fund after the audits? So that was my question, and then I'm basically in support of this because the Agricultural Committee supports leaving $50,000 in the fund.
Mr. Scholes, or a member of the administration, can you respond to Ms. Davison's question?
It's my understanding that the $50,000 wasn't an estimate of the cost of all of the audits because we don't have that estimate. I'm hopeful that there'll be a whole lot left over. And I just want to reinforce what you said because there may be some confusion. The agricultural fund right now has somewhere around $95,000 in it. $50,000 was the principal, and it's earned that interest over the 30 years. And what this proposes to do is to take that interest and put it into the energy fund and leave the agricultural fund as it is, so there's no threat to that fund. Great, thanks.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Montgomery.
Dad Montgomery, District 2. I am on the Energy Committee, on the Renewable Subcommittee, the Efficiency Subcommittee, and the PACE Subcommittee. I'm also a professional in the field. I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Gould. There are actually no auditors in our immediate area who are qualified with the expertise to do the kinds of audits on these complicated municipal buildings. It's a very specialized field. The intention of the committee is to use these audits to develop scopes of work. And the scopes of work would have costs, and we would show the payback period and return on investment for each of the buildings. The buildings we're looking at are the municipal building, the library, the Gibson-Aiken, the Nelson-Withington skating facility, the Public Works garage, and the water treatment building. To those who say that we don't need audits on this, I would respond that to do insulation on a building without doing an audit first is comparable to getting surgery done without having a diagnosis.
Mr. Dimes.
It still seems to me, Kurt Dimes, District 2, it still seems to me that no one is speaking directly to the amendment. I move that we call the question on the amendment, sir.
All right, there's been a motion to call the question. Is there a second? That requires two-thirds approval to cease debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the amendment, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, you may be seated. It's apparent to the chair that two-thirds have been reached and you have ceased debate. So the question before you is the Scholes amendment. And I'm going to read the amendment and then we will vote on it. That the town propose the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to repurpose the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish an energy efficient fund with a principal amount of $45,000. All those in favor of that amendment, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and the amendment has been approved. Now, we return to the amended motion. Dr. Fagelson, point of order.
I move the question.
Dr. Fagelson has moved the question on the main motion, and it was seconded. Again, it requires two-thirds approval. All those in favor of ceasing debate on the main motion, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, rise. You may be seated, and it appears that you have the two-thirds necessary to cease debate. And as such, we return to, at this point, the very same question, and that is that the town repurpose the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish an energy efficiency fund with the principal amount of $45,000. All those in favor, point of order? Mr. Wilberding, you need to stand, you need to speak so that people at home can hear.
A slight rewording is necessary because we're not repurposing the funds, we're repurposing part of the funds.
That is correct. Repurposing part of the funds. That correction is correct. Ms. Melton, do you have a point of order? You need to
we're also not taking the principal anymore. We're taking the interest. The principal is staying at $50,000.
Well, the way that I recall the motion being made by Mr. Scholes is that it was going to be in the principal amount of $45,000. Wherever it comes from, it makes no difference. It's going to be $45,000. Am I correct on that? That's the way we have treated it. Is that okay? That's the way I believe it is. It's $45,000 to set up this fund. Again, we have ceased debate. If we have any questions or any points of order or anybody needs any clarification, I will take those. Yes, Doctor.
Peter Abel, District 1. Well, I'm not sure what I'm voting on here now, because you didn't read the rest of the motion, which says to and appropriate the remainder of the fund being the accrued interest in the Agricultural Protection Fund to reduce the fiscal year 2015 tax levy. Is that still part of the motion?
It is not. That has been removed. That was removed as a part of the Scholes amendment.
I didn't understand that.
Well, Mr. Scholes had made his amendment where all he did was he said he wanted to put a period after the new number of 45,000 and not to appropriate the remainder of the funds. Now, unfortunately, point of information, Dr. Fagelson.
Might I try to clarify this by Bob Fagelson, District 1? $45,000 is going to go to energy efficiency. The rest will stay in the agricultural fund. Am I correct?
That is correct. That is, and at this point, that is what we're voting on. We've voted to cease debate, and so it's $45,000 for the to establish the energy efficient fund, and the remainder stays with the Agricultural Land Protection Fund. Is everybody clear on that? Yes. Molly?
Molly Burke, District 2. I just want to be very clear about this. So by voting for this, by the other amendment, we have taken out the opportunity to put the money towards defraying taxes. Is that correct?
That is correct. Are we ready now? Is any other points of order? Okay. Again, I read the motion one more time so that you're all ready to vote, and it is to move that the town repurpose part of the funds from the Agricultural Land Protection Fund to establish an energy efficient fund with a principal amount of $45,000, period. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and you have adopted Article 14 as amended. Now, it is now 10:30, and the chair is going to declare a brief 15-minute recess. If everyone can be back here at 10 minutes to 11. I would like to remind members to be mindful that they should speak up, give their name, and most importantly, try as best you can to limit your comments to 2 minutes. In fairness to everyone else, please be mindful of the time. And again, please speak into the microphone. We are now at Article 15 to see if the town will appropriate up to $92,351.09, $371.09 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013, to defray the costs associated with repairs to Elm Street and Elm Street Bridge due to the severe thunderstorm on September 11th, 2013. The chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you. I move that the town appropriate up to $92,371.09 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to defray the costs associated with repairs to Elm Street and the Elm Street Bridge due to the severe thunderstorm of September 11th, 2013.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion? Mr. Wilmerding.
Mr. Moderator, John Wilmerding, 2nd District. Speaking as a member of the Finance Committee, I have some institutional memory about the unassigned fund balance. The Finance Committee recommended about a year and a half ago that the Select Board establish or abide by a policy that we would keep 10% of our annual operating budget in the unassigned fund balance, in other words, in reserve or as a rainy day fund. The Select Board, in its wisdom, and I do agree with this, declined to ratify that as a policy, but said that they would abide by it as a guideline. I do think that it is a guideline that is in place, and I would like to know, first of all, if the Treasurer could please speak to this question, if this would lower our unassigned fund balance below 10% of our annual operating reserve.
The Treasurer is interrogated if he chooses to be.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. No, John. The fund balance, the unassigned fund balance is at about 12% of our expenditures as of June 30, 2013. So it'll bring it down a little bit. I don't believe it would bring it down below 10%.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion as stated, kindly rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, rise. And you have adopted Article 15. Article 16. To see if the town will vote to appropriate up to $57,500 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to defray the costs associated with relocation of radio communication equipment off of Wantasket Mountain. Chair recognizes Ms. McCumber.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town appropriate up to $57,500 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to defray the cost associated with relocation of radio communications equipment off of Wantasket Mountain.
Is there a second? Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion as stated, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you have adopted Article 16. Article 17, to see if the town will vote to transfer $310,540 from the capital fund to the general fund, being the unspent funds allocated to repairs at the Nelson Withington skating rink. Chair recognizes Ms. O'Connor.
I move that the town transfer $310,540 from the capital fund to the general fund, being the unspent funds allocated to repairs at the Nelson Withington skating rink.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, kindly rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, rise. You may be seated, and you have adopted Article 17. Article 18, to see if the town will appropriate the sum of $200,000 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to reduce the tax levy for fiscal year 2015. The chair recognizes Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $200,000 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to reduce the tax levy for fiscal year 2015, and I would like to speak on the article.
Is there a second? Mr. Allen, you may speak on the
Thank
article.
you, Mr. Moderator. I don't know how many people were at the informational town meeting, but I did speak on this briefly, and I won't go too much into it, but it's pretty much self-explanatory. You know, we're trying to make it affordable for people to live in this town, and this is just one way that I think we can do it. It's the unassigned reserve fund, and it was built up on the backs of the taxpayers, so I'm hoping that we can use that to reduce the levy on that. Last year we did find I think it was $65,000 to basically do the same thing, and it was applied towards reducing the taxes. So this is basically the same thing that I'm asking for in this motion. And it does seem like, as Mr. Wilmerding said, that we try to keep a 10% in the unassigned reserve fund, but it's just a guideline. There are a lot of towns that don't have that. We're lucky enough to do that, and I think Mr. O'Connor said that we have about 12% in there now. I don't think it'll adversely affect our unassigned reserve fund. So again, we're putting a lot of burden on the individual taxpayers of this town, and also on our department heads. And we've nickeled and dimed. There's no meat left on that bone in the department heads. So I'm just hoping that you really think about it and that you pass this motion. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Yost.
Peter Yost, School Board. I'd just like to ask if the non-passage of the agricultural fund being applied to tax levy has any impact on the Select Board's support of the $200,000.
Is there anyone who, Mr. Allen or otherwise on the Select Board, who wishes to respond to the inquiry?
Peter, I'm not sure the question you're asking.
If the recommendation from the Select Board on the First Amendment was to take the remainder of the fund and apply it to reducing the tax levy, does not getting that money to reduce the tax levy have any impact on your support for only $200,000?
David, do you want to?
I'm not sure that we all support it yet. I haven't totally decided. I was sort of kind of wanted to hear what the body had to say about it. So I don't think it'll affect our support because I don't know that we all support it. Thanks.
Is there further discussion with regard to Article 18? Mr. Gartenstein.
Well, following up on Mr. Yost's inquiry, I think it should be clear that there isn't unanimity on the Select Board about taking money from the unassigned fund balance to defray the tax rate this year. My personal view is that we're going to be facing very substantial additional costs in coming years, including we won't have next year the $310,000 from the skating rink left over, just like this year we don't have the $765,000 that we had last year in the capital fund. And the bond payments for the police fire renovation work will really hit their peak next year and the year after. So I personally am opposed to the $200,000 coming out of the unassigned fund balance to defray the cost of taxes this year. And whether it relates back to the ag fund money, I don't think that it does.
Further discussion on the motion? I'll go all the way to the back.
Tom
Mr.
Franks,
yes.
District 3. First of all, I want to thank the Finance Committee for the excellent work they've done on our behalf. This report I'm holding in my hand was very helpful. They spent a lot of time thinking about these issues that I have trouble thinking about. I will point to their recommendation on page 4, which I heartily support. Their third recommendation is do not support Article 18. the use of $200,000 in reserve funds for defraying taxes. I personally am opposed generally to deferring costs, paying things off into the future. We have a society that largely profits, most of our profits in a large sense come from putting a cost somewhere else, on somewhere else, or to some other time. And this is a very concerning issue for me. It's called externalization in economic terms. We don't need to go too far down that path, but I love it. However, $200,000, if we had not had a reserve fund when we got hit by Irene, where would we have been? We had money. We could fix things right away. We did not have to wait, as some communities did. We are deferring, we are reducing the pain. I think there's a lot of pain coming. I anticipate that there will be more pain coming, and we will regret not having the ability to respond. Every time we reduce our fund balance, we cut down on our options. And in our uncertain times, I am very, very opposed to cutting down our options. So I urge you to reject this motion. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion. Ms. Melton?
Paula Melton, District 1. I just have a question, actually. I'm wondering what percentage will be left in the unassigned fund balance if this motion passes.
Mr. O'Connor, can you respond to that?
This will bring the fund balance down below the 10%. It would be about a little over 1%. So we'd be coming in at probably around 9% below the 10% target. Okay.
Let me see if I understand that. You're saying that the fund balance then would be approximately 9%. Is that correct? Well, that's what I want to get clarified here. Can you describe that again? I'm a little confused. It's 9%. The fund balance would then be, if we approve this, the fund balance would then be 9%
of our expenditures.
Okay. I'm going to, Mr. Webster.
Don Webster, District 3. I appreciate all of Tom Frank's comments and concur philosophically with them. But I'm not sure that this is a bad idea to do. I think it's a good idea to do. As I know the numbers of the surplus, there will be a substantial one remaining. I don't know where the sweet spot is. That's the whole debate. What's the sweet spot between protecting ourselves, what insurance do we want, and what we do to reduce taxes? You know, Irene, if it happened again, you'd borrow money at low rates in the municipal government. Do you plan a disaster ahead? Do you plan ahead of fears of what might be coming? Other things are coming, but for me, to reduce the surplus by $200,000 is a sweeter spot than leaving it where it is. Thank you.
Yes, 200, right. Mr. Wilmendick.
John Wilmerding, 2nd District. Mr. Moderator, I mentioned that the Finance Committee had recommended a policy of keeping the unassigned fund balance at 10% or more, and that the Select Board had decided in its wisdom not to regard that as a policy, but as a guideline. It is this body that could establish a policy, really, not the Select Board. That's why I think their decision was wise. We have the opportunity here to put a policy in place by our action, even though it would not be stated as policy as such, that says we don't want our unassigned fund balance to go below 10%. In our survey of this issue in the Finance Committee, we discovered that 10% is actually a fairly modest requirement to keep in reserve. There are many municipalities that try to keep quite a bit more, even up and above 20% in reserve. I think the body should bear that in mind, and I think that this is a judgment call, and I will not oppose or support this motion personally, but I stand with the Finance Committee's recommendation.
The question is on Article 18 to see if the town will appropriate the sum of $200,000 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to reduce the tax levy for fiscal year 2015. Mr. Barber.
Ryan Barber, District 1. With all these articles with the unassigned fund balance in them, and they're whistling by me, and I'm running hard trying to keep up, and so I'll hang my ignorance out here and let it flap in the breeze. I need clarification about the sum that we're talking about 10% of. Is this the proposed expenditures, or is it what we voted last year? What's the point in time that we're fixing on?
Mr. O'Connor is interrogating.
The 12% that I talked about earlier is based on last year's actual results.
Okay.
So we ended the year with $1.7 million in unassigned fund balance, which is about 12% of our expenditures for the year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm against this.
Mr. Phillips?
I move to amend the article to increase the sum to be withdrawn from the unassigned balance to defray taxes from $200,000 to $245,000, and I'd like to speak to that motion if I may.
Mr. Phillips has moved to increase the sum of $200,000 to $245,000 to appropriate from the unassigned fund balance. Is there a second? There is a second. Then you may speak to the motion.
Yeah, this may not be a winning amendment, but we did lose an opportunity to defray taxes to the extent of $45,000 without an opportunity for an amendment on Article, it was the agricultural. So we were presented with the options that we may have an opportunity to reduce and defray our property taxes by $245,000 combined. I'd like to put that back in for consideration. Our taxes are too high. That's what everybody's telling me. I agree. This is not going to make a significant difference, but for my money, I'd rather see that money be put back in the pockets of our taxpayers. There is no requirement that we have a reserve fund. Sure, it's prudent to have a little bit of a rainy day fund, but it's raining. It's raining now, and it's going to get worse. So in future years, I hope we'll do the same thing, take some of that money. I think $245 would be reasonable in light of the expectations. Thank you.
The question is on the Phillips amendment to raise the sum to $245,000. Mr. Cummings.
Chuck Cummings, District 1. What bearing going below the 10% figure, as I now understand it, will that have on our ability to bond?
A member of the administration is interrogated.
Chuck, I don't think it'll have any impact on our ability to bond. It's a guideline. The bond bank does recommend that we keep an unassigned fund balance of 10%, but if we fall below that, it probably would not prohibit us from bonding. It's just another factor that they'll be looking at. And again, I don't believe it would prohibit us from issuing the bonds.
Would it be fair to say that you're prejudiced?
Is there further discussion on the Phillips amendment. Yes, ma'am. It's on the amendment to raise it to 45. This is on the amendment we're discussing right now. If there's no further discussion on the amendment, then all those in favor of amending the main motion by increasing the sum to $245,000, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and the amendment fails, and we return to the primary question as presented by Mr. Allen, and I would call on Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Chaim Siegel, District 3. I have one thing to say about the amendment and also a question.
Well, the amendment now has been...
I'm sorry, not the amendment, the article.
Okay.
As Steve Phelps put it, it's raining now. We know it's going to rain harder next year and the year after. So I think that should be considered in deciding whether or not we want to hang on to this money for the future. The question I have is what's the impact of putting $200,000 into general use to defray taxes? What's the impact on taxes?
A member of the administration is interrogated.
It would have about a 2-cent impact on the tax rate.
And that's at, what are we at now? What's the tax rate right now? Or the percentage, either way.
That's the increase.
So the current tax rate is $1.1389. So basically $1.14 is the municipal tax rate.
Okay, thank you.
Further debate on the question? Yes, Andy.
Andrew Davis, District 3. I'm just going to try to get a real number on these percentages because they've been a little vague. And I know they're big numbers. But if what we have is approximately $1.7 million in the unreserved fund at the moment, we've already talked about taking $150,000 out of that between two earlier articles. If we, in this article, take $200,000 out, we're up to $350K. I don't think there's any other articles taking money out. So that's the total we're talking about if we pass this amendment. The budget's going up, though, so that 10% has to run a little bit. We have to keep the reserve fund growing because the budget is growing. If we base the 10% guideline on the current proposed budget, which I think 16.2 million. Yes? I'm keeping up with these big numbers. 16.2 million. I get, just on the back of my envelope here, if we do spend the 200,000, we're at 8.3% of the proposed budget. Just so people know, we're not going a little bit below. We're going to 8.3.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Dr. Tortolani.
Yeah, thank you, Bob Tortolani, District 2. I'm in favor of this article. In going around my neighborhood, I had the opportunity to go visit about 20 households in the last week, and it's a really good thing. I would mention, I'd offer it to you as something to do Our neighbors are very interested in their giving opinions to the representatives, and they were very excited about the fact that they had this opportunity. I think one of the key things that comes across is the fact that the tax burden right now on our citizens is great. It's going to be greater perhaps in the past, but I think right now everyone's looking for some help right now. So I'd be in favor of this article. Thank you.
Ms. Dissler, you had your hand up.
Arlene Dissler, District 2. I'm wondering if it's possible to look at this article after the next one. I feel like there's a big elephant in the room, and we keep trying to patch it over. So,
we have already commenced consideration of the article. Normally, I would entertain a motion to take a article out of order. We could suspend the rules and do that. But since we have already taken this motion up and have debated it, we can't do that. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Allen.
The one thing that we really haven't discussed yet, and it happens just about every year, is that we end up with a surplus. Now, again, the figures aren't all in, and Mr. O'Connor can maybe help me with that, but I'm hoping, as we have in the past, that we'll end up with a surplus at the end of the year. Now, our fiscal year doesn't end, John, when does that end? June 30th. So we still have a little bit of time to hopefully end up with a surplus that can go back in to the unassigned reserve fund. And we bank on that every year, or we have at least for the last 8 or 10 years. And it has happened. So again, that's why I asked for $300,000 in the original motion when I was approaching the board about this, but we did consider it down to $200,000. So I still feel that it's a good amount. The taxpayers need it, and it's a good time to do it.
The motion is, shall the town appropriate the sum of $200,000 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to reduce the tax levy for fiscal year 2015? Are you ready for that question? Mr. Agave.
Spoon Agave, District 3. There was sort of a question asked, how do we know how much we should have in savings? There probably aren't many people in this room who are qualified municipal financial managers. However, the National Municipal Financial Managers Association, or something very near that name, recommends that a municipality keep 10%, and this is based, I assume, on the examination or analysis of municipalities all over the United States, large and small, over a long period of time. It seems like a lot of money. I might point out that we had something close to that in 2004, and then if you go back and look at the minutes, we thought, well, we got all this money in reserves, let's use it to defray taxes. In July of 2006, if I recall, there was talk of, if not having to go through with, taking out a loan to meet payroll because the town treasurer at the time had to go and report to the town manager that one of the town's most recent checks bounced. Now, that was an internal disaster, not a natural disaster. But I just want to say how fast money can disappear, and there are needs for it there in all kinds of ways. And until we are so desperate, I feel that it's important to maintain the reserves.
Ms. Johnson.
Ronnie Johnson, District 3. I wonder if we can put this into a little more personal, maybe, context. If we took this $200,000 and put it to defray taxes, how much would that actually save the individual taxpayer? Would it make the difference between losing our homes and not, or whatever, or having food and not? I mean, let's say on a $200,000 house, what would this mean? Would it be meaningful enough to take it out?
Is there a member of the administration that could do that calculation?
A $200,000 home, the impact would be about $40 a year. A 2-cent decrease in the tax rate is about $20 per 100,000. So a $200,000 house would be $40 a year.
Is there further discussion? Yes, sir.
Alec Muller, District 2. I'm not going to tell this body that my taxes are too low and I want to pay more, but with unreserved funds of that sort, it seems to me unwise to reduce that money at any time, especially under the circumstances that we'll be facing. And it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Thank you.
Mr. Cauldron?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move to cease debate on this matter.
Motion has been made to cease debate. Is there a second? Requires 2/3. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. And the 2/3, you may be seated, and the 2/3 appears to have been attained and debate is ceased. Therefore, we return to the main motion, which is, shall the town appropriate the sum of $200,000 from the unassigned fund balance as of June 30th, 2013 to reduce the tax levy for fiscal year 2015. All those in favor, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. You may be seated, and Article 18 has been defeated. We now turn to Mr. Dimes, is this a point of order?
Yes, sir.
Okay, may I hear?
Kurt Dimes, District 2. I'm sure all of us would like to have an informed debate on the next article. And as we don't know what money we're going to have for the budget, I move that we suspend the rules in order to consider the option tax, Article 21, before proceeding to the town budget.
Okay, this is a permissible motion to suspend the rules to take up Article 21 first. Is there a second? There's a second. Requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules for the purpose of taking up Article 21, the local option tax issue, before the general budget, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed to taking up the Article 21 first, please rise. And it appears to the chair that the 2/3 have been obtained and that we will suspend the rules and we will now take up Article 21. Article 21, to see if the town will assess a 1%. Yes, Mr. Webster.
I may be slipping, but I thought suspending the rules required a three-quarter vote.
Two-thirds.
Oh, it's only two-thirds?
Yes.
Thank you.
Article 21, to see if the town will assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138. The chair recognizes Mr. Gartenstein.
I wasn't ready. It was out of order. I'm sorry if I'm out of order. I move that the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138.
Is there a second? Is there discussion? I don't see any. Are we ready for the question? I see no hands. I have Mr. Borowski.
My name is Pal Borowski. I'm District 1. I've lived in Brattleboro all my life, and I work in Brattleboro and proud owner of Sam's in downtown Brattleboro. We're a family business since 1932, 82 years. We have discussed the town option tax before. I hate to drag this out, but I find it's really a very significant issue. I hate to be a merchant pushing for self-survival. In 1999, Brattleboro had 29 vacant storefronts on Main Street and Elliott Street. We are very fortunate to have some very entrepreneurial citizens now rebuilding the Brooks House. They will be looking to replace 12 businesses, along with trying to create housing in downtown Brattleboro. I commend them for taking on this responsibility. Their tasks are just beginning. When Home Depot came to town, their plans included kicking all the businesses out of the part of the center that they were planning to occupy, other than Hannaford's, so that they could expand. They had a restaurant there that moved because they couldn't get a release. Since their plans have changed and moved to Keene, now we have all that retail space empty. They saw the writing on the wall as Keene is just 20 miles away, and a 6% sales tax on their product is enough of a saving to make people travel. Penny's moved for the same reason. Now Keene has Kohl's, Walmart, Target, Dick's, TJ Maxx, and some other significant retailers. What the ultimately means is the product diversification is a strong attraction for business growth in Keene stores and restaurants. This also means that along with this growth of wanting to live close to that action, the term business creates business has always been an issue, and true. We lost CNS headquarters with all the premium paying jobs, as there is no income tax in New Hampshire, and Vermont has a 7% income tax on federal. This is not a saving, especially on higher paying jobs. This is a very substantial net income on high paying jobs. This we have also lost taxable housing. The Keene Grand List has been growing steadily. We have two major tire dealers just over the border in New Hampshire, and one soon to open. Perkins, a major hardware lumber company, and Perkins. A brand new and large liquor store as well. I really hope you can understand how much this has an effect on our local Brown & Roberts hardware store. The True Value on Putney Road has downsized to half. If you travel over to the new and large Walmart in Hinsdale and see the growth on that road, in another 10 years, there will be no available land left for business to settle in. Look at the availability of brands of cars in Keene compared to Brattleboro. In Brattleboro, we have 7: Subaru, Chevrolet, GMC, Cadillac, Ford, and now Jeep and Chrysler. I don't think I've missed any. I believe that as 3 car dealers. Keene has Kia, Honda, Hyundai, Subaru, Volvo, Toyota, Chevy, Chrysler, Jeep, Cadillac, GMC, Lincoln, Volkswagen, Mazda, Mercury, Nissan, Dodge, and I have no idea how many more, but that's 17. The state sales tax initially started at 3% and 3%. It was initiated in 1969 by Governor Dean Davis. The tax went from 3 to 5 to 4 to 4, 5, 6. Now, the theory is that was a customer would not travel for more than 3%. If you lived on the west side of the state, the effect on local businesses was not a factor, as their competition tax in New York State and Canada was more than Vermont. It became such a bounty for the state of Vermont that 1% more would not be a big deal either. So they went to 6. The option tax would now increase this to 7. Please understand that the town would have to send 1/3 of that income from the option tax to the state. Excuse me. We are especially lucky to have a tax-exempt state status in the state on clothing and footwear. Believe me, this is a very big deal for us at Sam's. Erosion of business on the east side of the state is very evident in White River, Bellows Falls, and Brattleboro. Look across the river in western New Hampshire and see the real growth, and especially the growth in diversification of product availability. Sam's had 2 stores in Vermont in 1989. In self-defense, we closed our Bellows Falls store and opened in Hadley, Mass. In 2011. In Hadley, with the same inventory levels, we are producing 3 times the sales volume that we were in Bellows Falls. We opened in Keene in 1999. We now receive half of our total volume from out of state. Our growth in Brattleboro would not have kept us open without our sales in our new stores. You cannot imagine how much business our Keene and Hadley store have stolen from our Brattleboro store. This is not a threat, but our ability to operate our Brattleboro store at a profit is a serious problem. And as the makeup of our store is very labor intensive, we have a lot of spaces. We need to have 36 people just to cover our retail store, and with a flat open store, we could possibly handle it with 24 to 28. So that's an incentive for us to figure out some else place to move to. Our business in boats that are sold in Keene are 17 to 1 for a comparison in Brattleboro. Just try to imagine Coco Plum trying to sell appliances and Emerson's and the Candle and Night trying to sell furniture with a 7% tax. 6 is bad enough. Now I'd like you to try to understand Sam's position on the 1% option tax. We at Sam's really don't have a significant sale product base that has a 6% tax anymore. We do on sporting goods. What we have is a major concern about is that our business partners in Brattleboro will have that much more of a problem staying in business. With the demise of more business partners, there is a much greater reason to travel to Keene and other business areas. Today, mostly both heads of the household are working, and they have similar hours of employment. They have so little time for sit-down communication, and that when they plan to shop, they use it as a time to spend together. When they go shopping, they use the time to travel. Together, and maybe dine out before or after shopping. To make this experience, women need to have product selection. If the male goes with them, he needs to have something to build his reason to go. If the children are part of the experience, they need to have an interest in the trip. Why come to Brattleboro? Selection and diversification of product availability is getting narrower and narrower. We now have employees that commute from Keene, Greenfield, and actually one even farther from Hadley. We have even had to presently have employees that live in the Brattleboro area that do commute to Hadley daily. So the statement that nobody's going to drive to Keene to save a couple of dollars really doesn't fly. The police and fire department are desperately needing renovations. I think it's wonderful that they have found a way to use the existing facilities with renovations. I strongly support maintaining the bond issue. We are a very important community for the needs of our neighboring towns. Our police, fire, and rescue departments are the foundation for safety and protection of a significant, large area of population. When he was Senate President, our Governor Peter Shumlin and Michael Hopelowski from Bellows Falls was Speaker of the House. They were able to get the sales tax of clothing and footwear. They used their positions and used give and take in their political circles to get clothing and footwear off the sales tax. We really can thank Linda Dirks for her dedication and efforts as the Executive Director of the Chamber of Commerce for this, as the rest of the state could care less. I understand why the Selectmen is so pro the option tax. It is a quick stopgap for supporting extra outside dollars against taxes. They are pressed every year to keep the budget level funded. This is the only method they can find that seems to sound viable that would use raise the property tax burden. Please remember, 3 or 4 years ago, we funded or bonded a high school construction around $70 million without an option tax. I really can't remember the exact figure, what I thought was huge. But I would think the police and fire are essential to protect our kids, families, and the communities. Their jobs are a lot more dangerous and complicated now. I cannot in this short time and long oration attempt to prove to this group and the town property owners how very much this option tax is a disaster for Brattleboro business. Business owners in the future and the sales of the community. It may take 5 to 6 years to see the decay that will ultimately come about, but believe me, it will come about. An additional tax is really just another big nail in the coffin. I'm almost done. I love the reformer editorial about, and I quote, "Does anyone not go to Keene for bed sheets, towels, and underwear?" Guess what? They know as much about shopping and running a successful business as they know about running a successful paper. The reason they go is that they can't find it in Brattleboro because pennies moved to Keene, along with other businesses that have settled there as a result of the no sales tax. Product availability again. I really cannot explain how difficult it is for Sam's to justify staying in business in Brattleboro. The final risk, the financial risk, the ever-growing costs that we face with freight, health insurance, cost of processing credit cards, just to name a few. But the biggest threat is the loss of fellow business people in the Brattleboro area. I think the Town Finance Committee did a great job in their report. I want to thank all of you for the courtesy of listening to my thoughts.
Mr. Borowski, thank you. And I did not, in fairness to you, interrupt, but I am going to ask everyone to try to keep their speeches more within our agreed-upon time frame of 2 minutes. I do, however, appreciate your comments. Ms. Russell.
Lynn Russell, District 1. A UVM professor, Art Wolf, who is also a former state economist, has studied the economic impact along the Connecticut River corridor, comparing Vermont and New Hampshire. He found that before 1969, up until 1969, commerce sales were essentially equal state to state. Vermont instituted sales tax. Sales dropped along this corridor in Vermont. Vermont's sales tax has increased a couple of times. There were discrete experiences that he was able to delineate. And at this point, Vermont's commerce is suffering, comparative to New Hampshire's, by 40%. This is a very emotional issue for many people. And I think I'm opposed to the 1% increase based on this man's research and evidence. It's clear by the numbers, not by our wishes or our theories or what we think, but by his evidence. It's clear that sales tax in Vermont is hurting Vermont's businesses and therefore the rest of us. I also feel like taxing the people or taxing the businesses these are two options for figuring out how to meet our community's needs, but they're not the only options. And I believe that that we should explore other options. I agree that the economy and the way we're headed seems like we're not doing our best to ensure the livelihood of Brattleboro as a community, to nurture ourselves, our community, our kids, give ourselves a sustainable future. And I would recommend I noticed that the board has already advertised for a new town manager at the increased salary rate that the representative town meeting has not approved. I find that odd. My suggestion, my belief is that there's probably at least 5 people in this room who could do a good job at that job. I believe that people are not coming to Brattleboro to make money. People come here because we love this community, and I would like us all to take loving care of our community. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Further debate on the question of the 1%. Mr. Davis.
Andrew Davis, District 3. Well, I voted against this when we had the special meeting, and I voted against it even though I knew that $650,000 is a nice number to rain down upon us. It's ironic that rivers used to be a real channel of economic development on both sides. And then when you add a railroad, that was the huge economic engine of the 1800s. And now we have an interstate highway on top of that, running right through our town. And I think it's ironic that the 91, for many people, is a way to get from economic development in Lebanon, Walpole, Chesterfield. I think the select board, I laud you guys for going up to Montpelier. And the problem, you're articulating the problem really well with what we're calling the economic hub towns. But this is not, in my mind, the solution. This may not fly, and it might take civil disobedience, but the 5 counties in Vermont out of 14 that abut the Connecticut River really ought to get 1% of the 6%. It would give an incentive for people to vote to shop locally, because by shopping locally, that money would stay in town. Everyone who visited town, who bought in town, would be contributing. We wouldn't be increasing the sales tax, and we wouldn't be, it would be a way to respond to that economic hub issue, even if it was only applied to the economic hub towns of White River Junction, Bellows Falls, Brattleboro, further north, where the same situation, I believe, exists. But adding to the burden, I've heard merchants downtown, and I've talked to a lot of people in the last few weeks. This doesn't stop someone from buying a new tire for their bicycle. It's pennies. But when you go in and look at a $1,200 bicycle, buying it somewhere else or online and having it delivered, $60, $70, $80 that we're talking about. And at what point, when you move from 60 to 70 on the 1,000, do people decide to go buy it and then go out to dinner, as we just heard from Mr. Borofsky? I really don't think adding to the burden of local business people is a good idea. I'm going to have to vote against this unless I hear an argument that I have not yet heard before. The last thing that I wanted to just mention on this issue, I think I'll just stop right there. Thank you.
Ms. Balin.
2 things. One,
you do have to state your name.
Yes, sorry, Lauren. Becca Ballant, District 2. I got distracted by the height of the microphone. The first thing I wanted to say is that in preparing for this meeting, I went online to look at what were the other municipalities that did opt for a 1% option tax, because it has been, we've been talking quite a bit online, lots of members, about that issue, that we would not be the only one. The difference is that we are the only town in that corridor that we're talking about. Only in that river town corridor that would be considering this tax. There's a real difference between a 1% tax increase here and in some of those other municipalities because of location. The other thing is, I've heard a lot of misinformation about what is exempt from the 1% option tax, and I just want a clarification. So if I go on the Vermont Department of Taxes website, which I did, and download the general guidelines on sales tax and what is exempt and what is not exempt, this is exactly the exemptions that we are talking about in this 1% tax. Is that correct? Or are there differences?
Member of the administration is interrogated on the issue of what is exempt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't happen to know exactly what you have in your hand from the, what was it, the Vermont Department of Taxes, but I took the liberty of preparing a summary of exemptions that have been over on the table here, and they include in the rear of the document the portion of the Vermont state statutes that deal directly with sales and use tax, what is covered and what isn't covered. And so on the front of the document, I took the liberty of breaking out some of the major sales tax exemptions, which include medications for humans, fuel for motor vehicles, food, funeral charges, farm equipment, home heating, energy for manufacturing, and clothing, although with some exceptions. So that information is available for you to consider. Obviously, I think people who are looking out for the best interest of Brattleboro can come down either side on this issue, but the information as to what would be exempted from sales tax is presented here, and it's available on the table behind me.
Yeah, I think there were not enough copies made, so I think many of us do not have that form.
Okay.
That's all.
I believe we made about 150 copies.
Because that does not align with the Vermont Department of Taxes. So you're saying motor vehicles are exempt?
Correct. In that motor vehicles, excuse me, in that motor vehicles are taxed through a different tax other than sales tax.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Harvey.
George Harvey, District 3. I think one of the things that we have to think about, and I think Mr. Borowski's statement leads to this, is that taxes can lead to a negative feedback, which means that ultimately, as you think you're increasing your income by increasing the taxes, you can get to a point where you're actually decreasing the tax base, and because you're finding people going out losing jobs and things like that, you wind up having less money because you're charging more. And I think that's a real problem. The problem that we've got here is that we've got too much tax already. And whether it's in the property tax or the sales tax, you can shift it from one to the other and back again. We just have too much in the way of taxes. We have people expecting services. We have services that we have to deliver, and we're getting squeezed as a municipality. And I think we're at a point where we should be looking at a different paradigm. We should be looking at other mechanisms for raising money besides taxation. And I want to point out that we've got other problems that, if we address them, might actually make us money. For example, I want everybody to picture this just for a moment. Every year, $24 million in our community leaves the community forever as pay for electricity. If we had local electric production, which we could have, that could be a mechanism for raising money and keeping that money both in the community. And this can be done using renewable resources that don't have fuel costs leaving, or which have fuel costs that can be paid to fuels that are local. Having a production facility of that type would mean hiring people. It would mean increasing the tax base and increasing the revenues simultaneously. And it can be done while decreasing our electric costs, which we're already facing as going up. We can get into a situation where people are coming up with a variety of different approaches. We can do the same thing with heat. People have been working on this. I'm going to propose under other business that we form a committee to look into the business of making our own electricity and possibly our own heat, working on the amplifying the work that has already been done by concerned citizens in Brattleboro over a period of years. Some very fine work that could be done. I'm going to vote against this, and I'm going to do that with the hope that we're going to be able to reduce our property tax as well in the near future by doing things that reduce our costs in other parts of our environment and keep that $24 million in our economy. Thank you.
Further discussion on the 1% local option tax issue. And Mr. Gould has had his hand up.
Yeah, good morning. Eli Gould, District 1. I feel like it's really important for somebody, and I'm going to go ahead and be that lightning rod, to make some arguments in favor of this tax. And I know that my retail shopping community here knows me as a really passionately loyal local shopper, and my construction company is usually buying about 6 figures here locally. Nonetheless, I feel like we need to consider this local option tax. We have put ourselves last year in a position, and it's not related to this tax. I want to make that really clear, that although I serve on the Police Fire Committee and I generally support the need for new facilities and all that, this tax is not about recouping that, but it is about the fact that we as a body have funded, we have put out some major mandates, and now we have to look at every possible source of funding to do what we've said we're going to do. And so in that light, I feel like we need to look carefully at this tax with all due respect. I don't feel like the business community is only retail business community in this town. I feel like there's a lot of businesses that are sensitive to a town that will say that it's going to fund everything on property taxes, which we've essentially said in many ways. And it's very clear that we're letting our town get used more than we are raising funds for without a full sharing of that burden. So in addition to this local option tax, I believe we should be looking at many other use taxes. But the sensitivity to property tax, I believe, is spreading like a ripple right now, not just through our personal ability to pay, but in the terms of lending and finance and construction and real estate. I believe we're seeing activity that is not good for business, and I believe that my construction crew will survive and will continue, but largely be doing so in outlying towns or in even farther distances from us. And I think that we really do need to think about if we have made a choice to take on all of the spending requirements that we have, that we need to look at every single fair and balanced way we can recoup that. And I believe that if we rally together as a community, and I think if the retail community can mend some of the fences, I think that's been a pretty negative last round of everybody saying 1% is going to put us under, where I think that there's a lot of loyalty in this town, people shopping that are not going to change that, and there's a lot of people visiting who are not going to change that, and we need to recognize we're lucky for what we have, maybe tailor our retail offerings a little bit more. And I believe after this, no matter how this vote goes, I and probably some others are going to be working on a voluntary program that can help to raise some of the funds, and if anybody after all this wants to join that effort, then they're welcome to. But I would urge us to consider to do this tax because we have made it, we've already made choices that make us need to look at every single possible source of funding. Thank you.
Mr. Fallion, I believe you had your hand up.
Peter Fallion, District 3. As many of you here have done over the last month, I've spoken to many of the people in my neighborhood, and surrounding streets about this very issue. And it's a very difficult one, and I think that's why we're all struggling here on the matter. With deference to Bob Tortolani and I say do no harm. That is to say, I mean, I'm referencing a medical prescription. Do no harm. I don't see how the 1% is going to help us in the long run. I think what we need to see, and I think Mr. Harvey mentioned this, is we need a new paradigm. We no longer can fund government the way we did 30 years ago. As Hugh Barber pointed out in the Reformer article on the matter, 30 or 40 years ago, we had many companies in this town, including Book Press and others, that were contributing mightily to the grand list. We've all acknowledged that we have a problem with our grand list. No one will deny that. Well, we cannot fund government with the huge percentage of revenue coming from property owners. We have to see new ways of doing things. I applaud the Select Board for going to Montpelier and talking about this. This is a real huge issue that involves much more than just Brattleboro. We can't solve this problem alone, I don't believe. I think the only way we're going to be able to solve it is to work with our legislative delegation and work with the leadership in Montpelier to alert the rest of the state. Those of us on the eastern side of the Greens are hurting, and we're going to continue to hurt until we come to some kind of model that works and works for the sustainable future. So I'm going to vote against this 1% tax. I hope that the meeting that the Select Board has with it in Montpelier is only the start of an ongoing conversation, not only with the politicians in Montpelier, but also with other towns on the eastern side here, to see whether in group numbers we can begin to really seriously look at the issues of Vermont, New Hampshire trade disparities, and look at the particularly, I think, very unique situation that Brattleboro is in, because we serve many communities in the area that's already been brought up. So to me, this is a wonderful opportunity to use this year to really seriously study this issue from a number of different points of view. Thank you.
The woman all the way in the back, no, in the red. Yes, you, please. I'm sorry, I can't see you back there.
Lissa Weinman, District 1.
Thank you.
This has been a very, very difficult issue for me. I've been talking to a lot of people, so I honestly, at this point, don't even know how I'm going to vote on this issue. But there is something that I would like to bring up, which, again, points to the unique role that our community, that Brattleboro plays for the entire state. Not only are we the gateway to Vermont, and we've got all that New York City tourism coming through here and all, but we are the sole host of a great deal of radiological waste that is going to be in our community at least for the next 50 years, according to the Department of Energy. This is something that we really haven't grappled with as far as I've been looking at it as a community. Vernon's got tax breaks for a long time for hosting the nuclear plant, but now that it's closed, we're looking at playing a very unique role for something that has benefited the rest of the state for a very long time. So when I think of the Select Board going to Montpelier, I would really urge Select Board members and the town at large to emphasize the unique role that we are playing in terms of hosting that very, very significant radiological waste very close to our town. The fire and the police are going to be very important because we are in the evacuation zone. That doesn't change when the plant's closed. It continues because of the presence of that waste, that nuclear pollution in our midst. So I would say that while we look for small ways to try to increasing the grand list will be very difficult, but the property tax isn't going to have the kind of benefit that we're going to need in this community. And I think that relief that we could get from the rest of the state and even from federal authorities because of this role we're playing could be significant and should be pursued.
The question is, shall the town assess a 1% local option sales tax? All the way in the back. Yes.
Thank you. Beth Heiner, District 3. I have a question about how long do we actually have to take on the 1% sales tax? Is that a long-term stance, or is it something that we can take on temporarily?
A member of the administration is interrogated.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The answer to that is that if it's passed, there's no sunset provision, I guess is the easiest way to explain that. There are provisions in the statute for repealing it if it is passed, but that's a process that would need to be voted upon at a subsequent either annual or special town meeting. If I may, Mr. Moderator, on another procedural note, at the informational meeting, Mr. Phillips raised the issue. He had quoted the statute with regard to the purpose of this statute to provide municipalities an alternative method of raising municipal revenues to facilitate the transition and to reduce the dislocations in those municipalities that were affected essentially by the Act 60 coming into being. And Mr. Phillips had asked whether that makes it such that we can't do a 1%. And in my view, the answer is no for two reasons. One is that Section A of the statute goes through the procedural requirements or eligibility for the tax. And in speaking with John O'Connor, we meet the requirement as far as what the town's tax rate was back in 1997. That's still one of the eligibility requirements. And secondly, in 2003, in looking at the legislative history, the legislature had taken out essentially a sunset clause that was provided originally in this enabling legislation, and they deleted that or repealed that section of Section 138 of Title 24. So from the legislature's standpoint, the ability to raise these local taxes is still good law and available as a source of revenue if voted upon by this body. Thank you.
Further discussion. Mr. Montgomery.
Dad Montgomery, District 2. Start with a question, perhaps to our esteemed finance director. Is it not true that residents of Vermont who purchase things in New Hampshire are liable for the sales tax?
Is there someone in the administration that would like to address that question?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll try to answer that. Yes, you're required to report that as use tax on your tax return.
So my thought about that then is perhaps there is an enforcement issue that goes along with some of this. I want to convey other information, though. I spoke with Tom Cheney yesterday. He is the aide to Congressman Peter Welch in Washington, working especially on the Marketplace Fairness Act. This is the attempt by our federal legislators to allow states to collect sales tax on internet sales. This Marketplace Fairness Act has made it through the Senate. It flew through bipartisan support and is now in the House. Congressman Welch is a lead on this legislation. He says that it is a way to help Main Street compete with internet sales. It is hung up in committee in the House now. Tom says that there's no progress happening at this current moment, but he is very hopeful that something will happen in the future. And my last point is that I believe strongly that we should tax things that are bad and not tax things that aren't bad. So I strongly support taxes on fossil fuels, for example, and tobacco and gambling. And I think that might be part of the paradigm shift that we should be moving towards.
Ms. Burke?
Molly Burke, District 2. I just want to follow up on the discussion about the Select Board going to Montpelier. We, myself, and Representative Tolino and Stewart, who are of your Brattleboro representatives, and the two Windham County senators, Senator White and Galbraith, we met with the Select Board in December and heard from Mr. Gartenstein a very clear analysis of the particular situation in Brattleboro and how the outlying towns are paying a fraction of the taxes that we pay because of the services we provide. And subsequent to that, we in the House, Tristan Tolino and Valerie Stewart and I introduced a bill to address that issue. That is not going to be going anywhere this year, but it's the beginning of the conversation. And I think the Select Board going to Montpelier will continue that conversation, and we will continue to work for looking at all towns in the state that serve as sort of hosts or regional hubs for other towns. And I think Montpelier actually is one of those towns as well. The other thing I wanted to say is that there's a bill that's just about ready to pass out of the Ways and Means Committee relating to the education tax, but it does indicate that, you know, people in Montpelier are actually thinking about property tax payers at home, and they're looking at a reduction in the homestead property tax rate of 2 cents from the original proposal, and also extending the slope for income sensitivity to enable a household with a $250,000 value but a $90,000 income to be able to benefit some from income sensitivity, because the way it is right now is that there's a huge cliff that people fall off at a certain house value. And these are just a couple of things. You know, I don't know if they're making a huge difference in people's property tax bill, but I just wanted to let you know that people are paying attention in Montpelier to the plight of high property taxes. Thank you.
Mr. Underhill?
Ben Underhill, District 1. I'm starting my timer, so I've got 2 minutes.
Okay.
We've heard a lot about this, especially the last few days. The internet was flying, the emails were going all over the place. As a business person, I am against this, and not only just because of the financial, but I think because of the image that it represents in the town. But I'm also troubled that out of over 800 voters, this passed by a slim majority. And one of the questions I had, Mr. Wheelock mentioned it, it's very frustrating to me that about 1/3 of the income from this goes to Montpelier. And I guess there's a provision that the towns can administer the money themselves instead of having the state do it and retain the income themselves. And I'm wondering if that had been looked at by the town representatives. And minute 10, I'm done.
Very good. Thank you. The administration is interrogated with regard to Mr. Underhill's question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. It is true that the roughly one-third of the revenue which would be collected by local option sales tax is taken by the state for collecting and processing those returns, and that it is possible for the town to do its own collection of returns. I'm aware of one city that does this. I believe it's Burlington. We have not thoroughly investigated what it would take for the town to be able to set up a collection system and to conduct our own collections.
Mr. Frank.
Call the question, please. Tom Franks, District 3.
Mr. Franks has moved to cease debate. Is there a second? Requires 2/3 to conclude the debate. All those in favor of ceasing debate, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed to ceasing debate, please rise. You may be seated, and the motion to cease debate fails. So we continue with the question to see if the town shall assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Virginia Goodman, District 2. I understood that if it passes, there's a 3 to 5 year trial period, and that the impact would then be looked at if it had a very negative impact on local business. Is that true?
Can the administration respond to the question? The question is, does the sales tax have a 3 to 5 year trial period to look to see if this is working? Did I paraphrase that correctly?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The short answer to that is no. There's no trial period with regard to this. If adopted, this would be law until repealed, and as I said before, the repeal would have to be through a vote of this body to repeal it.
Mr. Mima.
Ralph Mima, District 3. It's been an anguished discussion because what the current economic climate has brought to light is tensions between different economic interests in town. Retailers, certain retailers in particular who'd be affected by this, versus the interests of property owners who pay property taxes. Something I want to point out here or highlight is that for this specific article, we are not putting the entire currently 6% state sales tax on trial. That is a choice that the state of Vermont as a state or as a society has made, and that puts Vermont at odds with New Hampshire, which has no sales tax. But that's not the question here. The question is, what is the incremental effect? What's the marginal effect of a 1% increase in sales taxes versus not doing it? And there have been a number of folks who have spoken to a possible effect that this would have on retail sales in town. And again, we're not talking about the entire sales tax burden here. That's a separate discussion, and that's maybe something that the entire state needs to look at. But we're talking about what the effect would be of a 1% sales tax increase. And looking at it from the point of view of somebody who does not have a retail business in town, but who does pay a lot of property taxes, I just want to share this reasoning with you. I live in a house with my family on Oak Street, and we have a rental property in back, and we also own a house around the corner on Chapin Street. That's a rental property. And so I pay a lot of property taxes. I've seen a number of different numbers thrown around, and so I don't really have the answer to my own level of satisfaction, but my guess is that I would probably pay somewhere on the order of, well, several, maybe $400 to $500 of additional property taxes if this motion went, or this article was not adopted. And so the burden, the increased need for tax revenues fell on property taxes. I'd probably be spending, my guess, $400 to $500 more per year. And so that is a definite outcome of that choice. There's no sort of market reaction that might or might not be felt. I would definitely be out of pocket that amount of money. And so would every other property owner in town. They'd have less money to spend. And so where would they not spend that money? Well, they would probably not spend that money on groceries, on local entertainment, on a lot of things. What I'm saying is that looking at this from a strictly marginal standpoint, increasing property tax burdens would also feed through the local economy very quickly. And what this really needs is some good economic analysis. You know, in isolation, economists use the term ceteris paribus, which means all other things being equal. What would the outcome be? And so, despite all the anguished, the pain that we're feeling on all sides economically at the moment, I support the 1% sales tax, knowing that it's one of several different bad choices. And I also really stress the importance of closely analyzing the economic impact of this. Because if we have enough data in a year or two to see what's going on, we can reverse it. Thank you.
Mr. Scholz.
Thank you, Ralph. I think that was a kind of the way I've come to view this. For me, it's become a question of what's more damaging to this community, what makes this community less sustainable, high property tax or 1% higher sales tax, 1% additional sales tax. And the people that I've heard from are people that are worried about losing their homes. They're looking at a couple of $100 this year, plus a couple of $100 on the school budget, and more than that next year. And unfortunately, it's unlikely that the school budget is going to increase less next year. It's more likely to be more. And so people are looking at $500, $600, $700, $800 increase in their tax over the next few years, and just not able to afford it. And they're going to, and the consequence of the sales tax is not a good thing. The consequence of an expanding and really almost unimaginable property tax, I think, is much more dangerous for the future of the town. And I think it's really important that we recognize that. There's been some concern about the regressive nature of the sales tax, but with all of the exemptions, if your concern is for people of low income, raising their property tax is much more damaging. If you can't afford the sales tax, you wait until you can, or you don't buy something. If you can't afford your property tax, the first thing is a penalty, and then there's interest, and then there's foreclosure. And it's a much more significant damage in someone's life. So I think we need to, they're both undesirable, and I just think that the way the property tax is going, it's going to be much more do much more damage to the town.
Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't know if this is too tall or what. Anyway, State Representative Valerie Stewart, District 1, which is in effect West Brattleboro. Mr. Moderator and town meeting representatives, I would just like to, as a representative of Brattleboro, one of three, obviously, I would like to invite members of the body to a monthly meeting we have in Montpelier that helps us, as the people who serve you, solve such problems. So far, this session, in January we had the Brattleboro Retreat and BMH CEOs come talk to us from 8 to 9 o'clock on the third Wednesday of the month. The second month, which would be February, we had Pat Moulton Powden come talk with us about economic development issues. This month, just last week, we had Stephen Morse as both State Board Chair of Education and as the head of SEVITS, the Southern Vermont Economic Development Strategies Group, which is working on problems related to this problem. So I would like to invite you to come talk to us. We're there to serve you. Please help us come up with solutions. We are working really hard on this. It's easier to get us in a room up there on a Wednesday while we're in session than it is down here on a Monday when we are very, very busy. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Again, the question is on the 1% local option sales tax. Ms. Stromberg, is it the woman behind? Yes. Yes, the lady behind. Thank you.
Jackie Stromberg, District 2. I would just like you to think about something. Once a tax is enacted, have you ever known it to be repealed?
The gentleman right in front of Ms. Stromberg.
Frederick Noyes, District 3. I guess I want to start with a clarifying question because I'm still not completely clear. Is it just we cannot sunset this, or it just has not been put into the question thus far? Because I think that's an important thing to be sure of.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll address that. Yes. We cannot sunset that, and our office did a memo on that, as well as the League of Cities and Towns weighed in on that, and by virtue of the fact that the mechanism to repeal is right in the statute, yeah. Both the League and our office opined that a sunset provision was not allowed with regard to how you would pass or not, in the event you were to pass, a 1% sales tax.
Okay.
So the short answer is no sunset provision.
So it's a more involved process. Okay, I just have a couple of quick comments, and I'm going to try and keep them brief because a lot of people have already said some things, including Mr. Scholes. But I have heard from a lot of homeowners and citizens. They are very concerned. They're feeling the sticker shock from the decision made about the police and fire department, and I've certainly heard a lot about that as well, and whether, we know this isn't officially tied to it, but everyone knows it's also an important connection that cannot be overlooked. This diversifies our income beyond property tax, and a lot of the people coming here are coming here from elsewhere. They're coming here from states that have an equal amount or more tax than we do. And a lot of our retail in downtown is geared towards a lot of those people visiting us, and thank goodness they're still coming. I feel like the 35% that goes to the state seems like a lot just for administration, and I wonder if that's something that can also be looked at, where some of that money might come back for roads or infrastructure or something that would benefit us again. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Phillips.
Steve Phillips, District 3. I'll vote against this proposal. It's kind of surprising that it's back before us, but I think the circumstances have conspired to make it an issue again, our decisions on spending, etc. I think our Select Board's done a really good job over the past year, and I applaud them in their efforts, but I think they haven't addressed the core problem. Our high taxes are not a result of not enough tax revenue. Our high taxes are the result of what I think is too much spending. If we add another layer of tax, it gives our good Select Board a pass on tackling the problem head on, which is, how do you reduce tough choices? How do you reduce the level of service? I think that's what we need to do. The other thing is, I'd really hate to see Brown and Roberts go under. I'd really hate to see Sam's go under, and for us to have yet another hole in our downtown. The Wolf report showed that these things don't happen instantly. They're incremental. So we're talking about which is the straw that's going to break the camel's back. I also think this tax is regressive. It's not based on wealth or income, so it has a disproportionate impact on those unable to pay. I also point out that a lot of the taxes are things like on electricity, phone, cable, apparently sewer. The tax department was not able to answer all of our questions about exactly which is implicated. But I'm just looking at the statute, and there are a lot of things that will tax us, not the people passing through town. Cell phones, I don't know if there's some federal law that exempts them from state tax, but it does look like public utility services, telecommunication services are subject to the tax. So I think we as residents are going to see a disproportionate hit, and we'll really never know whether we're getting the benefit of those people just passing through.
Mr. Cadron?
Hi. I may be selfish with this, but
Could you, again, give your name for
David
the...
Cadron, District
Thank
3.
you.
I may be selfish with this, but it's 12:30. I would like to make a motion that we recess for lunch and continue debate afterwards.
All right, we can do that. Is there a second? All right. All those that are in favor of recessing for lunch at this time, would you please rise just as a indication for the chair? Okay, please be seated. And those that would like to continue, please rise. Okay, the general sense, thank you, you may be seated. The general sense of the members is that we continue with this article. So we shall do so. Dr. Tortolani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, that medical term that was mentioned before is first, do no harm. Just for the record. I had mentioned before spending quite a bit of time with my neighbors and the concerns they had about their taxes. But in talking about this 1% tax, overwhelmingly, the neighbors that I polled, there were a total of 20, were against the tax because of the perceived effect on the downtown area. They all thought that one of the most important things is supporting the merchants and having a very viable downtown area. So and I guess one of the questions I do have is actually, we had talked about this before, the impact of the passage of this or non-passage of this on a homeowner's, let's say, we mentioned a $200,000 home before, just what that impact would have if this did pass. How much would it take down the taxes on that person?
On a $200,000 home, it'd be approximately $120.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
Pardon me? The 1% tax for a full year would be about $120,000 on a $200,000 home. Increase. Or decrease. Sorry, decrease.
Decrease. Okay. Well, thank you.
All right.
I am going to vote against this the tax.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm going to go try to get some different people all the way in the back standing against the... Right, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Bob Everingham, District 1, and just to further clarify that, I think on the town website it's $113 difference if we don't pass the sales tax. That's the increase that we'll pay on a $200,000 home. But am I misparsing that? Yeah, sure. So if you're at a $200,000 home, if we don't pass this article, you'll pay an extra $113 in property tax.
The administration is being interrogated. Is that correct?
The estimate that I came up with was 120, but we're
Okay,
very
great.
close.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, then you would have to subtract from that whatever you paid in sales tax over the course of the year. So would that be typically less than that?
Yes, this tax is not included in the budget figure, so there would be no change in the budget. If we do pass, then the tax would come down by that amount.
Gotcha. I guess my main point is that I'd rather pay, the only thing that I'd like less than paying $3 tax is to pay $2 tax and flush the third dollar down the toilet with how the state would assess 33 cents on the dollar on the sales tax.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Sack.
Deb Zak, District 2. I think it's really interesting what the acronym for the sales tax is, which is LOST. And I'm feeling a little lost about how I'm going to vote on this. I can see from a homeowner standpoint, and I also had the experience as a commercial landlord in the past year. I work for an organization that owns commercial property. We unfortunately had 2 vacancies in the last year. It took a long time to fill those. My sense is that with most landlords who own commercial property in Brattleboro is that they'll do everything they can to keep commercial tenants. Businesses are really being squeezed. I also want to say that when we search for commercial tenants, we used a broker. We had a lot of good bites, but most of those were from businesses, existing businesses in town that just wanted to move from one location to a better location. We happened to get 2 businesses that were from out of town. We were lucky. As someone who's lived in Brattleboro for a long time, having a thriving downtown and business community is really important to me as a citizen. It makes me feel really great when I walk downtown. You know, 4 or 5 years ago, it was pretty bleak down there with all the empty storefronts. And I think that's also important to visitors who come into this region. My sense is that the business community is still pretty weak from the downturn in the economy. And I agree with Mr. Fellion, who suggested that we take a year to really explore this local option sales tax. Thank you.
Ms. Mel.
Paula Melton, District 1. I think that I speak for a lot of people when I say that I've been torn about the tax and not sure how I'm going to vote on it. However, and I've talked to a lot of people, however, we do have a very strong indication of what people to listen to from those who bothered to come out to vote. And I know it was a slim margin, but the people who elected us did ask us to pass this.
Mr. Rounds, all the way in the back.
Paul Rounds, District 3. I've seen Greg Worden standing over there as a member of the public, former chairman of the select board, and I'd like to see if we could let Greg speak, please.
Mr. Rounds defers to Mr. Worden.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Members of the body, it's kind of unusual for me to be out here instead of in there with you all. But at the same time, as I've been listening to your thoughts, we're all in this together. It's not simply us or them. Even though we have a downtown business and have had it for a long time, we're also property tax owner or property tax payers. We're building owners. We're affected by the same taxes that you are. The tax isn't the 1% sales tax that you're talking about isn't restricted to the downtown, however. It's throughout the town. So it's not simply a matter of whether your downtown thrives or not, but it's a matter of whether your town thrives or not. We've heard various thoughts about the exploration of other options for the town to bring in funds, whether it's through energy savings or through bringing additional visitors into town. That gets harder and harder when you're having an extra percent, as the people have talked about Art Wolf's study. We've fought for a long time in a disadvantaged area, in a disadvantaged way, to add an extra penny to that at this point in time when New Hampshire has finally decided and come up with the idea that, hey, we've got a great advantage. We're going to advertise that. When the state of Vermont has a sales tax holiday for a day or two, some of the best sales in the town and around the state are experienced. New Hampshire now is advertising sales tax holiday 365 days a year. Is this the time that you want to put an additional burden on Vermont? There's got to be a better way to do this, and I would encourage you to really think hard about this one. I know you are, and I know that there's been a lot of thought going into it. I hope that there's more thought going ahead. One other quick point: if this is passed and the state gets a third of it, the state also takes $5.93 per return, per tax return from the businesses. The businesses have to set up additional software, additional expenses to go forward with this, to administer the tax on our roll too. So it's not simply a very easy fix, even if you go forward and then a year down the line say, oh, well, that was a mistake, and repeal it, which is hardly likely, but there's still more expense than everybody meets the first eye. So thank you for your indulgence.
The question is on the 1% local option sales tax. Mr. Barber, I had your hand up and on the list. Do you wish to speak?
Orion Barber, District 1. As usual, I'm trying to get my mind clearer. Here's what I understand, and I look to the administration to straighten me out as we go. We cannot directly tie this tax to the police fire. We cannot have a clause in there that says this tax will sunset on either a date certain or upon an event certain. I'm still not clear, and so my understanding is that we would have to have a special town meeting and we would have to repeal the tax. My impression is that at any time after the imposition of the tax, and presumably, okay, here's another assumption I'm making. I'm assuming that it would go into effect with the next fiscal year. You can correct that if need be. I'm also assuming that upon imposition of the tax, if we suddenly had clarity about this and were able to clearly see that it was a bad mistake, we could turn on a dime, call a special town meeting, and repeal it. Please tell me where I'm wrong.
Mr. Barber, with respect I have 4 questions that I wrote down that I'll try to answer in order. First off, there's no sunset tying it to a particular time period.
Right.
2, you made the assumption that it's not tied to the police, fire, or anything else. That is correct. This is simply straight revenue to the town. It can be used whichever way the select board wants to use it for, if adopted. With regard to the repeal, sorry, I'm to the age now, I need glasses. The repeal is either by a majority, to take it to a meeting of this body, it requires either a majority vote of the select board or a petition by 10% of the voters of the town. Okay? So if the board refused to do it, then you could get a petition of 10%. That would then, in either case, bring it to this board for a vote as to whether or not to repeal it. That's what the statute states on that. And last, with regard to, you said it would take effect the next year. There had been a 30-day notice period to the tax department. That was amended, I believe, in 2003 to require a 90-day notice period. But once it's adopted and you provide that notice, it would really go into effect the next quarter, I believe, after that 90-day notice.
So in theory, perhaps it might hit the second quarter of the next fiscal year or something like that. Or first quarter.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah. All right. This is all very hypothetical. And what about? Okay. So vote of the select board. You could call a meeting or a petition, and then a certain amount of time by charter has to expire, I think, before we could have the meeting. You'd have to warn it, so forth. So I'm just trying to get it clear in my mind how far this aircraft carrier is going to go before it starts to turn. That's all. Thank you.
Again, the question is on the 1% local options tax. The gentleman in the red shirt back there.
Jim Verzino, District 3. Just a quick statistic on spending. There was a recent study done, and most recent statistics that I recall are between 60 and 70% of the money spent, at least downtown, is by people that live within 3 zip codes of downtown Brattleboro. So when we think about how much is spent by, how much is it going to affect our own people versus how much is it going to affect our own people, people that live closely, versus tourists, between 60 and 7% of the money spent downtown. I may be not quite right there. I see a hand up. I don't have I don't recall the exact numbers. That's one issue. Number 2, there's been mention of the only other option is reduced services, and forgetting about the discussion of the police fire for just one moment, I think, just to plant a seed in sort of the community leaders here, we need to be thinking beyond, my personal opinion, beyond the town is what it is and it's going to stay that way because it's been 12,000 people for, or, it's been however many people for 30 years, that we need to mentally change our paradigm to also thinking about some way to have growth, bring businesses back, and there's a lot of things that make that happen, so I know that's not a one-year project, and today is about that. But I think as we look long-term, we have to start creating policies that encourage growth. Thanks.
Further discussion. Ms. Miller.
Nancy Miller, District 1. I know this is somewhat unpopular, but I really believe that this tax would spread the income that we would get from it would be spread over a much, much wider audience, and that we have a good tourist base here in town. If they'd only fix Route 9, we'd have an even better tourist base, because it's a disgrace for the people that have to come from west of here and into Brattleboro to shop. I think a lot of Brattleboro people are very, very loyal to the downtown businesses. I know that I try to be. I think you can't change our geography. You can't change the policy in New Hampshire. We're here to stay, and we're always going to have to deal with New Hampshire. But we think about it when we have something to buy, and a lot of times we come downtown. Thank you.
Mr. Siegel?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Haim Siegel, District 3. I just wanted to, well, I first had a question, I think, of Ms. Cappy. On the vote, the non-binding article in the town vote that passed by a slim margin, recommending that we do adopt a sales tax. What kind of, how did the turnout for that vote compare to other years' turnouts for voting? Just you don't have to be exact, but
Ms. Cappy, if she cares to be interrogated.
Sure. The total vote count in March, on March 4th, was 820 voters, which is probably the lowest turnout that I've seen.
Okay. Thank you. I think I feel some obligation, it's not been talked about a lot, to pay attention to what the voters did, but I also sort of weigh that against the fact that it probably wasn't representational of the town opinion, even though everybody did have a responsibility to come and express themselves at the time of voting. I have some other things it's been said here that we're choosing among bad choices, and that's true. I doubt that many people would argue that it's not. But then I would say that maybe in that situation, what you do is look for another choice before you accept having to choose between bad choices. There's been a number of people who have talked to other ways that money could come into this town and increase the grand list. I think that's probably our best approach. It's a hard one, requires real planning and vision, but I would point out the efforts made by the group that bought the Brooks House and how relatively quickly they have brought in a lot of business to fill that place, to fill that built property, and it's I think demonstrates that it's not impossible. That with a real effort, there are ways to look at how to get money into this town that are different than the ones we're using, that what we've got now, or than in addition to what we've got at this point. We've also heard that only one person has referenced an actual study, I think, of the impact of sales tax along the Connecticut River Valley in Vermont, and did say that, I think it was a professor at UVM that did the study over a number of years, and with every incremental change, increase in sales tax, there was a measurable impact on sales in this valley. So we do have, assuming that's an accurate accounting of that research, we do have, that's the only piece of hard information we have really to go on about what the effect really would be on sales. The last approach is, of course, and it's been talked about a number of times, is reducing expenses and reducing the budget. And I personally find that a very difficult one. I find it hard to really tell, looking at the budget, what's money that absolutely has to be spent and what's money that could be manipulated. There's obviously some line items that that, that I can form an opinion on easily, but an awful lot of it is stuff that I don't really know the inner workings, and I suspect I'm not alone in that, so I feel a little arbitrary sometimes when I'm voting for the budget. Anyways, I intend to vote against the article, and hope that we can find better ways to increase the economy in this area, in this town, and without burdening people on either the businesses or the homeowners. Thank you.
Other members who have not spoken on this issue? Ms. Erver.
Kathy Erford, District 3. I'm also trying to understand the aircraft carrier. So this question is for Mr. Fisher. I'm curious if the decision, the administrative decision, is attached to the passage of this article. So, for instance, if this article is passed today, does that mean that the state will be administering it, or is that an annual contract? Could we at any point decide to administer it ourselves, or do we have to repeal it and then repass it if we decided that would be a better option for us? Thank you.
Mr. Fisher is interrogated.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't see that the statute gives us any clarity on that. It's my opinion that with regard to the administration of it, that would be a matter between the Select Board and the State Tax Department. As it reads, there's a per return fee of $5.96. I guess it's gone up 3 cents since Mr. Warden was last aware of it. But in any event, it's $5.96 assessed to compensate the department, meaning the State Tax Department, for the administration and collection. So the 70% goes to, and 70% of that $5.96 by statute is borne by the town, 30% by the state. So after you reduce the cost of administration on a 70-30 town-state, then 70% comes back to the town, 30% of the total revenue stays with the state. Does that help? No. By the look in your eyes. So the let me say that again. The administration is $5.96 per return, all right? That $5.96 is split 70% of that administration fee per return to the town and 30% to the state. So after you figure that out, then the revenues that are left over to be split, 70% comes to the town, 30% is retained by the state. That doesn't answer your question with regard to if the town was able to do its own administration. And to my knowledge, we've not studied what that savings would be if indeed we can do it under the statute.
Thank you. I'm going to call on a member. We've got a member of the general public here. Would you state your name, sir?
Thank you. Brian Baker. I'm store manager of Brown & Roberts downtown. We're very lucky to have a healthy business and a very loyal group of customers, but we are concerned with the negative impact this could have on the entire downtown area and the other businesses downtown. One other thing that I personally think isn't just the percentage that it increases, but the publicity that surrounds this brings this to the presence of mind to people that become more aware of it and becomes more on their psyche of saving money to go to New Hampshire. Formerly, I was employed by Aubuchon Hardware, which used to be located on Putney Road. In the early 90s, when the sales tax went up 1%, it had a very big impact on our large ticket sales. We lost a lot of sales to stores in New Hampshire, some of them also Aubuchon's, but they still went across the river to shop. People that were spending part of the time in Walpole, Chesterfield, and in Brattleboro chose to shop in New Hampshire more often, and it was one of the factors that led to the closing of the store there. So again, I would echo the sentiments of Mr. Borowski and other people that this could have a very negative effect on the entire downtown retail community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Woberding.
So often this makes me hearken back to my courses in economics when I was in graduate school. There was one course where they put up a graph on the chart and they pointed to the lines because they're trying to coach business owners on how to maximize profits. And they said, the burden of the tax is on the consumer. The burden of the tax is on the consumer. Now, I have bought things in Brattleboro many, many times and not gone to New Hampshire to buy them because I love Brattleboro. I like talking with people like Brian. And I think that it is an organic thing that we do with one another when we engage in commerce together. And I oppose this, and I want to say also, I want to commend the Select Board because they've done their duty in giving us this option, but it is an option. We have this option. We could do this. I don't think it's the right thing to do. And I also don't think it addresses the problem. Maybe we spend too much money, but maybe we aren't getting all the money from the places that we could or should. In the Finance Committee, we're lucky enough to have Lisa Lorimer Donahue working with us, the former founder of Vermont Bread Company. And she brought some numbers before us to our attention a couple years ago that widened my eyes. It turns out there's like 20 times as much commerce in the Brattleboro area as is actually reflected in retail sales. Where is that commerce? People are selling things and people are buying things over the internet. That's one big thing. There's a lot of creativity here. And in the arts, recently I did a survey of the arts and of businesses that are working in the arts for the Arts Council of Windham County. And I used the database of all the businesses that are registered in Brattleboro, along with a database of the New England Foundation for the Arts. And I discovered 20 to 25% of the businesses in Brattleboro have something to do with the arts, a large number. But I also discovered there's a lot of businesses out there that don't register. We have commerce out there that is not even being considered in these equations. So I think that it's a more complicated problem, but I think that we're not going to help our bottom line very much by passing another tax.
Mr. Gartenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. After lunch, we're going to consider the budget. And what you will find, and what you've found in looking at the budget, is that your select board has been through the services and the infrastructure that we provide as a town carefully with a fine-tooth comb, seeking to reduce expenses. Mr. Wilmerding just spoke about the difference between the volume of retail sales and commerce. From my review of the tax data, statewide, we do about $1 billion worth of economic activity here in Brattleboro. And we have 12,000 people here in town. And the expenses that we bear as a municipality are way broader than the services that need to be provided to those 12,000 people, because many more people come into Brattleboro daily to do business than live here. The state only gives us 4 mechanisms for raising revenue, and there's been a lot of good suggestions that have been made about how to bulk up activity in town, but we only have 4 ways to raise revenue. property tax, and 3 local option sales tax, rooms and meals, alcohol, and sales. There were concerns when the alcohol and the rooms and meals taxes were levied that it was going to hurt local business. We have thriving businesses downtown, thriving restaurants, and you can buy alcohol anywhere, anywhere. The request to move to also include local option sales tax will provide for diversification of the way in which revenue is raised from the town, and that's the final type of diversification that the state allows. It's not a good choice. But let's remember, if we pass the budget, and I would recommend passing the budget, property tax rate, just at the municipal side, is going to rise 8 cents. And that's a lot of money. And the education side of the local budget also is going to result in a substantial increase in property taxes. And spreading out the burden to also include the sales tax provides that relief to property tax owners in town. That's why this has been included on the warning again this year.
We're going to have lunch here pretty soon, but is there any further debate on this question? I see one hand. Okay. Ms. Dissler.
Really quick. Arlene Dissler, District 2. I'd like to suggest that we add to this article that if it passes, we will look at it in 2 years, 2 meetings from now.
Well, Ms. Dissler, that would be in the form of an amendment. It would be the only way we could add to it. And if what you're proposing is that you are asking that we amend, yes, Mr. Gartenstein.
Point of order. I think what the town attorney has said is that we vote up or down on the local option sales tax, and we cannot include a sunset provision. So I think that any provision seeking to re-examine wouldn't be legal.
I think, Ms. Dissler, that is correct. From a, I'm not going to make the legal decision, but I think that is what Mr. Fisher has indicated.
I'm not talking about a sunset provision. I'm talking about just basically making it more firm in there, what we have talked about anyway, which is to just see how it's done, to look at the effects 3 years out or 2 years out.
Okay, so what I believe you're saying is that you would like to amend the motion by saying, and by adding, and to review the effects of the local tax in 2 years. Is that correct, Ms. Dissler? Is there a second to Ms. Dissler's motion? There's a second. Is there any discussion with regard to the proposed amendment? Yes.
Steve Phillips, District 3. Let's see. Here we go. Steve Phillips, District 3. So my question on order is, can this body dictate to a yet-to-be-formed select board or yet-to-be-formed representative town body what to do?
Thank you,
You
Mr.
want to
Moderator.
respond to that?
I think the short answer to that is no. Not only do we have the statutory mechanism on repeal, and saying we're going to look at it in 2 years is really trying to bind a future body and a future select board as far as whether or not you're going to repeal that. The statute provides that either the board can look at that in 2 years, or if this assembly, or not this assembly, but the voters of the town wish to petition for a repeal, which would in essence be a review of that, they have that option to do that. I would note that, and this is really up to you, Mr. Moderator, that under other business there could be a non-binding resolution to have this reviewed in 2 years, or to have studies or committees, those sorts of things. But I think that's a non-binding, it would be under other business, obviously. Thank you.
All right, well, we have a motion and it's been seconded, and are you then suggesting, Mr. Fisher, that this is illegal and therefore I must call it out of order?
That is essentially, yes, what I am saying.
Okay. All right, then I have to defer to my legal advice, and as such, and declare that the proposed amendment is out of order based upon the opinion of Town Council. So therefore, we return to the main motion, and that is, shall the town assess a 1% local option sales tax in accordance with 24 VSA Section 138? Do we have any further debate on the main motion? If not, all those in favor, please indicate by rising. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise. And you may be seated. And the nays clearly have it, and you have defeated Article 21. We will return to Article... Mr. Webster, point of order? I can't hear you. You're going to have to go to the mic.
If, when you're ready to break for lunch, I'd just like to inform the body of what I will be bringing back to them under other business.
We are, unless there is objection, we are going to break for lunch now. So if you have something you need to, by way of a point of information, you should make it now.
Point of information.
Okay.
I want the body to be aware that major changes in the legislature have taken place in terms of a bill that was passed regarding governance, which in effect will be taking the town meeting out of the education business. So it's a serious issue, and I have a resolution and some information about that that I will bring and provide on the tables out there after lunch. So if we ever get to other business, you'll have some information as to what is behind this and what the resolution's about.
We will break now for lunch until 2 p.m.